15. Coming back clear, not on file.
Can you try 00 at the beginning instead of motion?
Okay, stand by.
Me. Me. She's crying about something. Maybe a fox. Weirdo. She just want to be around you.
Paul 13.
Go ahead.
So that license is going to come back clear and valid on a silver Toyota 4Runner. Expiration 3 of 25 to a Bryce Reed out of Florissant.
Hi, copy. Can you keep that up for a bit?
A firm 2121.
One thing about this war, it's bringing people in all communities closer together. It offers more and more of us, men, women, and children, opportunities to be of service. Many of you ladies face the problem of keeping your homes up, taking care of your families in less time, so you can give part of your time to defense work when needed. Anything that can save you unnecessary work is welcome, which means that in millions of homes, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is most certainly welcome. With Glow Coat, you can keep your linoleum and other floors clean and beautiful and save hours of work. You do away with floor scrubbing, and you save again because there's no rubbing or buffing required with Glow Coat. The regular use of Glow Coat makes linoleum last 6 times longer than an unprotected floor. If you have signed our government's consumer pledge to take better care of the things you have, you'll find Glow Coat a great help. Be sure you get the real thing, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. We indignantly deny that Wistful Vista is a one-horse town, but we cheerfully admit that the McGees are a one-horse family. And here with Lillian, that's the horse, in the garage, and her co-owners in the living room, one lying on the sofa and the other knitting, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, why don't you go out and shovel off the front walk? You'll get stacked lying down like that right after a hearty lunch.
Hey, maybe I better at that. I won't be available very much till after March 15th, you know.
Where'll you be until March 15th?
Oh, you know, deep in the heart of Texas. Wow. The way our outgo eats up our income. Hey, that reminds me. Did you feed the horse?
Yes, I fed her while you were snoring here on the sofa.
I was not snoring. I'm merely a baritone breather. What'd you give Lillian? Did you give her her oats?
Yes, but she didn't seem to like them very much.
I never heard of a nag that didn't like oats. Must be off her feed.
Yes, she probably looked in the window and saw you eating like a horse and got jealous.
No kidding, Molly. Wouldn't she eat her oats?
Well, not all of them. Maybe I put too much cream and sugar on them.
Cream and sugar on Lillian's oats? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and then I tried her with some cornflakes. She liked those fine. She ate 4 boxes of them.
4 bucks? Oh, well, that ain't so much for a growing horse.
Say, you know, McGee, she's got bad table manners, too.
Huh?
She kept blowing the cornflakes off the spoon like this, you know.
I guess I better feed her myself after this, Molly. I know more about...
Come in.
Well, I'll be... Horatio K. Boomer!
Hello, Mr. Boomer.
Good day, my dear, and a tittering Tuesday to you, Chitmouse.
Haven't seen you for a long time, Boomer. What you been doing?
Frankly, my pestiferous young pickle puss, I've been working for the government for the past 90 days as an Arkansas geologist.
Well, what on earth is an Arkansas geologist, Mr. Boomer?
Very interesting profession. We take big rocks and make little rocks.
I catch on. One of those jobs where your board and room are thrown in after you are.
Exactly.
By the way, Boomer, I never been dunked in the dungeon myself. What kind of food do you get?
Not bad at all, Budface. I remember one night I had a tasty appetizer of stuffed eggs Romanoff, a delightful pourri de Mongol, julienne, romaine salad with Russian dressing, breast of guinea hen under glass, an artichoke with hollandaise, and a bit of camembert with my demitasse.
Well, heavenly days, that sounds like a New York restaurant.
It was, Golden Girl, it was. Unfortunately, I was reapprehended that same evening and returned to the Bastille, where slum conditions prevail. Which isn't bad if you care for slum.
Well, what'd you stop by here for, Boomer? Want us to join the Crook of the Month Club?
That's very good, Limberlip, very good. And clean, too. I can tell that one to my mother when she gets out. But I just stopped in to request a small favor.
What's the favor, Mr. Boomer?
Just wondered if I could leave this suitcase in your care for a day or so.
What? What's in it?
A few valuables belonging to an old aunt of mine. She's moving and doesn't want this stuff lying around.
Oh, well, all right, Mr. Boomer. We'll take care of it. Is your aunt moving today?
Yeah, she is, my dear. Seems that her husband, my Uncle Winthrop, by marriage on my father's side, he was the only one who was on father's side. Anyway, it seems he had a little printing press in the basement that made too much noise.
Well, the neighbors complained?
No, but we began to suspect it was being heard in Washington, D.C. If you know what I mean, if you do, keep your trap sharp. Thank you very much, Glam, and a stiff little nod to you, little stiff.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you again not to let up in your purchase of United States defense bonds. And we are proud to announce a new bond between this country and its gallant defenders. Fibber McGee and Molly programs for the rest of this season will be sent by delayed shortwave broadcast to our troops in Iceland, Newfoundland, Ireland, Cuba, Bermuda, Trinidad, Panama Canal Zone, the Philippines, the Far East, and all parts of the world. We hope the boys enjoy the broadcast as much as we do the thought of sending them a few smiles from home.
You suppose we did right by keeping this suitcase for Boomer?
Well, I don't know why not, McGee. So that was a ridiculous excuse, his dear old aunt moving.
Yeah. I suppose it's full of counterfeit dough or stolen goods or hot inner tubes or something. I got a good notion to open it.
McGee, you'll do no such a thing.
Huh?
It wouldn't be right or decent. What's in that suitcase is absolutely none of our business.
Well.
The idea of betraying a trust like that. For shame.
Oh, well, gee.
Anyway, you can't open it. It's locked.
How do you know?
Well, my hand accidentally bumped against the latches 2 or 3 times and it didn't open.
I'll bet I could get it open. Give me a hairpin.
I will not. It's one thing to have it open accidentally and quite another thing to deliberately break into it.
Well, I guess you're right, Molly. After all, Boomer did trust us with it.
Why, of course he did.
Yeah?
And if we're not the kind of people who can be trusted with a little suitcase, I'll bet it would spring open if you knocked it off the table.
I'll bet it would, too, but, gee, I'd feel awful cheap doing it.
Oh, I would, too.
Is the table high enough?
No, the bookcase would be better. It's higher.
Okay. Now, if I leave it up here on the bookcase. That's it. Now, if somebody should slam the door hard and it jarred off onto the floor and sprung open, nobody could blame us. That'd be an act of providence.
See who that is, Providence.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Abigail.
How do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, sis. What's amiss?
Why, nothing at all, Mr. McGee, really. I merely wish to make some inquiries regarding the horse you purchased last week.
Oh, why, certainly, Abigail.
Well, you tell her, Molly. You braided Lillian's hair this morning, so you'll know the main facts.
Mr. McGee, I just adore listening to you when you're in one of your humorous moods.
That was it, too.
Do tell some jokes.
Okay. Well, it seems there was a traveling sale.
McGee. Just what
Okay.
was it you wanted to know about Abigail Lillian? Lillian Abigail.
Natural mistake.
Well, first, my dear, first of all, is she well broken to the saddle?
Oh, she's a riding horse, all right, Uppy. What kind of saddle do you like? Kentucky, McClellan, English, or Western?
Well, I personally prefer a modified English type, Mr. McGee. I have jodhpurs, you see.
Oh, you poor thing. Here's that, dearie. She has jodhpurs.
I had jodhpurs once. Couldn't ride a horse for 6 months. Doctor says it was the worst case of jodhpurs he ever saw. Started with a little small jodhpur on my neck and spread
Now,
through.
gee. Mr. McGee, jodhpurs is not a disease. Jodhpurs are a type of riding breeches.
For women?
Yes.
And it's still a disease.
Why, you're prejudiced, McGee.
Oh, by the way, when I saw Mr. McGee leading Lillian around the block this morning, she seemed, just a touch, sway-backed.
Oh, really? I hadn't noticed.
What do you mean, sway-backed? She ain't sway-backed. She's just big-hearted.
And what has that to do with a sagging spine, Mr. McGee?
Her spine don't sag, I tell you. Her heart is so big it pulls her down in the middle.
Mr. McGee, I seem to sense an attitude of ridicule on your part.
Oh, now, Abigail.
And for your information, Mr. McGee, I hold 7 blue ribbons for equitation. And furthermore...
Furthermore, what?
Pardon me, but this suitcase on the bookcase is about to fall off. I'll push it back a little.
Oh.
Now, that's much better. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Goodbye.
Equitation, my eye. Suppose she is a good swimmer. What's that got to do with riding a horse?
Well, search me, but shove that suitcase a little forward again, McGee. It'll never fall off that way.
Well, thanks to Uppy, the meddlesome old moose. There we are. It'll fall now if a mosquito winks at it.
Where can we get a mosquito at this time of year?
I was just speaking metaphorically. What I meant to say...
Oh, folks, say, I hear you have a house guest.
House guest?
Yeah, somebody named Lillian.
Oh, yeah. Lillian. Yeah, she's a great kid, too, Harlow. She's out right now.
Well, I'd like to meet her sometime. Blonde or brunette?
Well, I don't know. I'd say she's almost platinum blonde, wouldn't you, McGee?
Yeah, with big brown eyes, Harlow, nice white teeth, and the softest lips.
Oh. Is she married?
I don't think so. Is she, McGee?
I think she was once. Some old horse named Prince, I think. He's in the Army now. Last I heard of him, he was, well, I think he's just under a major.
Say, why'd you ask, Mr. Wilcox? You're married, you.
Oh, I haven't got any romantic interest in this Lillian. She merely interests me as a prospect for Johnson Products. I'd like to have a heart-to-heart talk with her one of these days. How old is she?
Oh, I'd say about 18 or 19.
Oh, great. Just the right age. She'll be getting hitched one of these days. And have a little home of her own. And I hate to think of a girl settling down without knowing about Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Say, incidentally, is Lillian a local girl?
No, she's from Kentucky, Mr. Wilcox. The bluegrass country.
Oh. Accent?
Just a trace of southern drool at times. Why?
Well, these southern girls sure know how to make a home. Famous old southern hospitality, you know. The old mansions down there have always been great users of Johnson's Wax. That's why some of them have been so well preserved.
And it's even more important now, isn't it?
It surely is. And there's nothing like Johnson's Wax to give longer life and better wear to wood and enameled products and 1,000 other things. Just like Johnson's self-polishing glow coat beautifies and preserves linoleum with a minimum of expense and work. Gee, I wish Lillian were here so I could tell her.
Well, now, you come back any time, Mr. Wilcox. We'll be glad to introduce you.
If you really want to make a hit with her, Harlow, bring her an apple or a carrot.
Oh, vegetarian, eh?
Strictly.
Say, I've got a great idea.
Huh?
My wife is going to a fashion show at the Bonton tomorrow.
Huh?
I'll have her call Lillian and invite her to go along. How's that?
Oh, well, now, I don't know.
Oh, now listen, a girl's got to get out and meet people. She's got to get out. She can't just hang around home and eat carrots and apples. What do you think she is, a horse?
I can just see Lillian at the Bonton, McGee, giving the new spring hats the horse laugh.
Wait till Harlow tries to call her. She'll give him the old stall. Hey,
What?
that suitcase didn't fall down when he slammed the door.
Well, maybe he didn't close it tight, McGee. Close it again.
Okay.
There.
Oh.
McGee, look. Look what came out of that suitcase.
Oh, get a load of that silverware.
It's stolen, that's what it is. Look at the box.
And the knickknacks.
And the jewelry.
And the money. Look at that wad of dough. Hey, this is a case for the cops.
Why,
Molly.
certainly it is. Call them up quick,
Okay.
dearie. I don't want this stuff in the house any longer than necessary.
Give me the phone. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the police. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's say, Mert? Your sister, Gypsy Ruth, the fan dancer. Huh? Wants me to see if she's taken off too much.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. That's indecent.
No, it ain't. She's making out her income tax. What say, Mert? Okay, thanks anyway, Mert. She can't take any calls from us, Molly. I forgot to pay the bill.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. I'll run over to Mrs. Stoops and use their phone, McGee. You keep an eye on this jewelry and stuff.
I'll say I will. Boy, what a load of loot. What silver? I never realized Boomer was such a sterling character. Why, there's enough of this stuff in... Uh-oh, better get this stuff inside. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, little girl. Go away, will you? I'm busy. I got some important business to tend to. Go on, beat it. Go.
Oh, you're always too busy to talk to me, I bet you. I just want to go out in the garage and see your horse.
Okay. Go ahead.
Gee, thanks, mister. Can I feed her a lump of sugar? Can I, please?
Well, you better just talk to her, sis. Give me the lump of sugar.
Here you are.
Thanks. Horses don't appreciate the value of this stuff nowadays. Now, don't let Lillian kick you, sis.
Oh, I'm not afraid of horses, I bet you.
No?
I go down to a farm every summer.
Oh, you do? I says, oh, you do?
Do what?
Go down to a farm every summer.
Gee, so do I.
That's what I... Oh, all right. Go on, sis. Go see Lillian.
All right. I want to see her little baby, too.
Baby? Our horse hasn't got any baby.
Oh, yes, she has, I bet you.
Oh, no, she has.
Oh, yes, she has.
Oh, no. What makes you think our horse has a baby?
My daddy said so.
Oh, he did, eh? Your daddy done told you, huh? What does he know about our horse?
Well, I don't know, mister, but this morning when you were leading Lillian around the block, Daddy saw you out the window, and he said to my mama, "Hey, Susie, get a load of the hoofs on that hay burner. If she isn't a mother, I never saw one." Thank
The King's Men and Deep in the Heart of Texas.
The stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas, the prairie sky is wide and high. Deep in the heart of Texas, the sage in bloom is like perfume. Deep in the heart of Texas, reminds me of the one I love. Deep in the heart of Texas, I love every little yellow rose. I love it when the Texas norther blows. I love every blade of grass that grows. Down in Texas, the midnight train whistles over the plains. Deep in the heart of Texas, and by the spring, hear the cowbells ring. Deep in the heart of Texas, the rustlers race to their hideaway place. Deep in the badlands of Texas, they'll never get away, for crime doesn't pay. Deep in the heart of Texas, the coyotes wail along the trail. Hear all the cowboys cry as they gallop on by. Yippee-yi. I love to listen to the bawling of the cattle. I love to ride around the prairie in the saddle. So let the doggies cry. I want to live and die deep in the heart of Texas. Yippee-ki-yay.
I certainly did, McGee. I told them to arrest Mr. Boomer and come and get this suitcase full of stuff. I won't have it in the house.
Me either. I'm no offense, even if I am always around the house. You get 'em, Molly? Stolen goods, fenced around the house.
It ain't funny, McGee.
I got a big laugh with that in a high school play once. I wrote it myself, too.
You did?
Yeah, I called it Abe's Irish Rose, and it was all about a young couple that
You
wanted...
didn't write that. Ann Nichols wrote that, and it ran for years in New York.
It did?
Sure.
And she never paid me a dime royalty. How do you like that? I guess I better copyright my other one.
What other one? Tobacco Road?
No, but there's a good title. I can use that sometime. My other play is about a rich millionaire playboy that gets married 7 times. His name is Moore, and I call the play The Moore the Marrier. It's a play on words, but people go for that kind of stuff.
Oh, here's the police, McGee. Get the suitcase.
I hope they caught Boomer. That guy's as slippery as a plate of watermelon when you're wearing your best white pants.
Who?
Me.
Oh. Come in.
Oh. Oh, hi, Miss Trivia. We thought it was the cop.
And Mr. Boomer, what on earth are you two doing together?
Seems to have been a slight error in judgment, my dear. Yes, indeed.
I'll say there was. By leaving that suitcase here, you...
Excuse me, please. I'll handle this. Mrs. McGee, you called the police, I believe, and had them arrest Mr. Boomer.
I did. Any man who would deliberately leave a suitcase full of stolen goods without...
Ah, yes. Better and better. I am now accused of being a thief, and in front of witnesses, too.
Well, you are.
I think you'd better not say any more, McGee, until you've heard the whole story.
What story?
We have checked thoroughly on Mr. Boomer, and we find that his aunt is moving today. This suitcase and contents is her property, and Mr. Boomer did leave it with you for safekeeping. There is no case against him whatsoever.
Oh, dear. Well,
I'm sorry, Boomer, but you know how it is. Give a dog a bad name, and people are bound to bark up the wrong tree. I made it.
Give your condolences, Prune Pit. I have been sorely wounded, cut to the quick. My self-esteem has been rudely shattered, and I shall seek equity in the court of law.
What?
My attorneys, Wagstaff, Wormser, Clamwell, Offendorfer, Bergheim, O'Toole, and a sightly wench in their outer office, will serve papers on you shortly. You have been guilty of libel, slander, and defamation of character.
can he do that to us, Mr. Mayor?
As a public official, Mrs. McGee, I cannot advise you, but privately, in my capacity of lawyer, I should say he has a clear-cut case. He can recover large amounts of damages.
I'll make it easy, riffraff. 50,000.
50,000? Why, you big crook.
100,000.
Oh, yeah? I bet you planted that suitcase here on purpose, knowing that we couldn't resist the test of... knowing that it might come open, and then you could sue us. You chiseler.
200,000. Do I hear any further bidding? Gone to the overnourished little termite and the repulsive necktie.
If I might make a suggestion, my friends, let's talk this thing over. I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding.
200,000, not a cent less. The honor of the Boomers is at stake, and if there's anything I like, it's a good steak. Yes, indeed.
I'm quite sure that if a proper apology was made to Mr. Boomer...
I won't apologize. That guy's as crooked as a hotel coat hanger. And he won't get a nickel out of me.
Pardon me a minute. Now, isn't there something in the law, Mr. Mayor, about a complainant coming into court with clean hands?
Yes, there is, Mrs. McGee, now that you speak of it. If a complainant wishes to sue and his past record has been such...
I'll come down to 50,000.
He can't sue anybody. He's been in more courts than Helen Wills. And if he thinks for 1 minute...
10,000.
Why, he's got a prison record as long as my arm, and if the government were asked about him, I'd...
500.
Just a moment, Mr. Boomer. I think it might be wise to drop the case right here. If it's true that you have a criminal record...
Nothing of the sort. Merely because I have frequently been the unfortunate victim of legal persecution, never let it be said that Horatio K. Boomer would not seek to vindicate his integrity. How about $100, Pipsqueak?
Say, how about it, Mr. Mayor?
Under the circumstances, Mrs. McGee, I don't like to see you do it, but if he really starts suit, it will cost you more than that to defend yourself.
All right. Say him, dearie.
Okay. I just got 100 on me. Here, Boomer.
Thank you, my boy, thank you. We shall consider the whole unfortunate matter closed as of now. Come, Mr. Mayor, let us not intrude further upon the time of these good peasants. My suitcase, please, Violet. Thank you.
Well, of all the dirty load...
McGee, look out the window.
Huh? Where?
On the porch. Boomer is giving the mayor some money.
Huh?
He's dividing up the $100 with him.
Why, those dirty crooks. It was a frame-up. Let me at it.
40, 45, 50. There you are, Mr. Mayor, and I hope that in the future
All right, just a minute there. I caught you in the act, didn't I?
What do you mean, McGee?
We saw you divvying up the swag, didn't we, dearie?
I'll say we did. Working together, huh? Just a couple of shakedown artists. Bunko boys. A fine mayor.
Yes, helping a crook like Boomer to shake down innocent citizens. Why, of all the...
Excuse me, Mrs. McGee. Mr. Boomer's aunt is moving into a house owned by me. The first month's rent in advance is $50. This is the $50.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Latrivia. I guess I...
My lawyers will call on you tomorrow, McGee, to start suit for defamation of character. And I have no prison record. Good day.
Oh, dear.
Oh, taxi!
Everybody has had the experience of rubbing a nice red apple to make it shine. But few people realize that the apple shines because it is protected with a coating of wax. The petals of the rose are also wax protected. So marvelously does nature safeguard the life and beauty of her kingdom. Centuries ago, man began to copy nature by using wax for protection. Over 50 years ago, S.C. Johnson perfected a blending of waxes for use on floors. Today, Johnson's wax is used in millions of homes, not only for protection of floors, furniture, and woodwork, but also to bring greater beauty to our homes. A Johnson waxed floor grows more beautiful every day. Floors that are waxed never need scrubbing. They're easily cleaned, and work is saved throughout the year. Be sure always to have genuine Johnson's wax, either paste, liquid, or cream, in your home. It has over 100 labor-saving uses.
Hey, Molly, Latrivia just called up.
Well, what does he want now?
He isn't going to sue.
Oh.
He was just scaring us.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Say, how did you happen to have $100 in your pocket?
Who, me?
Yes, you. Where'd you get it?
Out of that suitcase. I thought it might be counterfeit, and I was going to check with the bank. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Have you looked carefully at the paint job of your car recently? Chances are it needs cleaning and polishing, an essential part of any program of better car maintenance. You can give your car back its original showroom shine with Johnson's Car New, the labor-saving polish that both cleans and polishes in one application, 2 jobs at once in quick time. It's no fun driving a car that's dull and dingy. Why not make a note now to buy a can of Johnson's Car New tomorrow? It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with O-G-O Joy. Like these, some speakers and writers have a tendency to use big phrases and words when small, simple words might be better. Civilization is a big word, for example, but home is a small word that we can all understand. A word that expresses everything we're fighting for: liberty, freedom, family. And it's a word that tells the part you women play in this war, for it's your main job to keep those home fires burning, keep your homes clean, orderly, cheerful. And it's part of your job to take care of the things you have, make them last a longer time. Now, that's not an easy job, but a useful product like genuine Johnson's Wax makes it easier. Because the regular use of Johnson's Wax gives lasting protection to floors, furniture, and woodwork, guards them against dirt and wear, makes cleaning easier, saves you hours of time, and adds rich beauty in the bargain. Try protective housekeeping in your... If Alexander Graham Bell could have foreseen that people would pick up his invention and say, "Guess who this is?" he'd have dropped the whole idea. If Edison had known that his phonograph would wind up playing Chattanooga Choo Choo, he'd have spent more time on the electric light. That's how it is with men who have ideas, men with vision, men who do things, men who... Well, you'll get a rough idea listening to Fibber McGee and Molly.
When I tell you... Oh, but McGee, I don't want you to make me a footstool. I want to buy this one advertised by the Bonton.
That rickety, unseasoned, hammer-scratch, not wholly hunk of driftwood? That wobbly-legged son of a cheap card table?
It is not cheap. It's $12.95.
Well, go buy a $13 hat then. I'm making this footstool. I'll turn you out the most unreasonably exact facsimile of this advertisement you ever laid your beautiful big green eyes on.
My eyes are blue.
They'll be green with jealousy when they see the footstool I'm going to make. Why, when I get started on a project of this
Come
kind...
in.
Hi, Johnny. Hello, daughter. You ordered some stuff from the hardware store?
No, Mr. Oldtimer, I don't believe
I did. I ordered a few woodworking tools, old-timer. Is that they?
You betcha, Johnny. 3 chisels, hand drills, scrapers, spirit level, crosscut saws, and brass tacks.
How much, old-timer?
Well, let me see now, Johnny. 1.5, 4, 7, 5, 18, 962, including the coffee.
What coffee? Did you order coffee from the hardware store, dearie?
No, I didn't. Now, look, old-timer, what's the idea?
Now, wait a minute, Johnny. Don't get your puss in the pandemonium. I just... hey, daughter, what's a pandemonium?
That's an uproar.
That's what I thought. Now, don't get your puss in the pandemonium, Johnny. You ordered this stuff from the hardware store, didn't you? Yes or no?
Yes, but I...
Wanted it delivered, didn't you?
Well...
Yes or no?
Yes, but I...
You knew they didn't have any delivery service, didn't you? Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
Well, they haven't. So I told them I'd bring it over here, and you appreciate that, don't you? Yes or no?
Yes, but...
Well, it's a cold day, and I stopped for a cup of coffee. Begrudge me that. Yes or no?
Of course not, though.
Okay, 962, including the coffee.
Well, here's $10, Mr. Oldtimer, and thank you very much.
No, forget it, daughter. Glad to do it. You ain't sure about the coffee, Johnny?
Oh, no, but I still don't know why, according to this bill, you had to pay 85 cents for a cup of coffee.
I like sugar in it.
Oh, my.
Well, thanks for stopping by with the stuff, old-timer. And I don't mind about the coffee. What's an extra little chisel among all these tools?
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I hear it. The way I heard it, one feller says, tell a feller, say... My doctor done told me to eat a lot of carrots. I've tried it, and it sure builds up your resistance. Is that so, says tell a feller. To colds? No, says the first feller. To carrots. Well, see you later, kids.
McGee,
Huh?
when did you order these tools?
Yesterday, when you first started thinking about the footstool?
Say, I didn't realize you knew I was even looking at that advertisement. Have you got eyes in the back of your head?
No, but I got a head in the back of my eyes. Now, look, you know what I'm going to do?
Wait till I cross my fingers. All right, what are you going to do?
I'm going to bring my tools and stuff upstairs here and work in the living room.
Oh, no. You might wake Uncle Dennis, McGee. He's asleep, you know.
He is? I thought he was going out with a bunch of fellas for some gin rummy.
Well, he did, but when he found out it was a card game, he came home.
Well, I'll hammer real quietly. I wouldn't disturb the old fellow. Oh, doggone it. And I wanted to get to work. Who's at the door?
Let me peek. Uh-oh, Mrs. Uppington.
Ah, dear old Uppy, the salt of the earth.
You really think so?
I sure do. You can't take much of her at a time. And it takes a good shaking to get her to come out in wet weather. Come in.
Oh, hello, Abigail.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? I'm Mr. McGee.
Hi, babe. What's new in the name?
Oh, Mrs. McGee, don't you simply adore your husband when he's in one of those clever moods?
Well, I wouldn't say adore, Abigail. Tolerate would be more appropriate. But what can we do for you?
Well, I just stopped in to ask you both over for a fish dinner tomorrow evening. My brother has sent me some marvelous mountain trout.
Oh, boy, that's for me, Uppy. I love trout. And they better be good, too, because I'm an expert on fish.
Oh, really?
Oh, indeed he is, Abigail. I wish I could tell you what those old fishermen up in Oregon said about McGee last summer.
Well, why can't you?
Well, because I'm too much of a lady, for one thing.
And for another thing, it ain't true. I still don't know how that mousetrap got on the end of my fish line. Hey, did I ever tell you how I caught the big trout in the Pahushka pool, Uppy?
No, I don't believe you did, Miss McGee.
That's right, Abigail. I believe you are the one he didn't tell.
Well, sir, the Pahushka Pool was a kind of a little wide place in the Pahushka River way up in South Wickiup, Oregon, see? There was a trout in there 3 feet long, and nobody'd ever been able to catch him. Till I come along.
Oh, good heavens, how thrilling. Did you use some special kind of bait, Mr. McGee?
Yeah. I caught him with a Mack truck.
A Mack truck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, sir. I was standing in the middle of the Pahushka Pool one day, all ready to cast, when along the road comes a wholesale drug truck. The driver was so busy watching me that he lost control of the truck, hit the bridge approach, run the thing off the bridge right into the Pahushka Pool. And quick's a flash, all the water run into the truck, drying up the Pahushka Pool, and I walked over and picked up that big trout right out of the mud.
My goodness, Mr. McGee, that's astounding. But why should all the water run into the truck?
It was hauling a load of sponges. Oh, I tried.
And speaking of sponges, Abigail, we'll be very glad to come to dinner.
It's splendid.
Hey, wait a minute. We'll come on one condition, Uppy.
Oh, what is that, Mr. McGee?
As air raid warden around here, I had complaints about you. You got to promise to get some heavy curtains or something and black out your house.
Very well, Mr. McGee. I shall naturally do anything to cooperate, although I consider the whole thing very, very silly.
Oh, now, Abigail, that's not the right attitude at all. What's silly about covering up your windows?
Little McGee, you're so naive, really. Don't you realize, my dear, that if the Japanese or the Germans should come to Wistful Vista, they'll be far too busy to go about peeping into people's windows.
All sawed off. Both the same length, too.
Well, wonderful. But I'd prefer a footstool with 4 legs. I don't want to have to learn to ride it like a bicycle.
Don't kid me. I'm going to make 2 more. You talk like I was an amateur. This
You'll have to hurry, McGee. I have the needlepoint cover almost finished for the footstool.
Huh?
Look, isn't it pretty?
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. What kind of purple flowers are those?
Ranzabulas.
Ranzabulas. I never heard of them.
Of course you haven't. I made them up. I thought that roses were so ordinary that I might as well.
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, good day, Mayor Latrivia. Come right in.
Oh, hi, Latriv. Just the guy I wanted to see.
You wish to see me, McGee?
Yes. I think he wants to apologize, Mr. Mayor.
I do, Latrivia. I do. I want to apologize for thinking you were a crook last week. I'm sorry.
Why, that's quite all right, McGee. I'll admit the appearances were against me. I accept your apology.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to show there are no hard feelings, why don't you come to dinner tomorrow night?
Hey, Molly, we're going to Uppy's tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah. How about Thursday night, Mr. Mayor?
Splendid, Mrs. McGee. Thank you very much.
And bring your wife, Latrivia.
No, I don't think that
Come on, bring her.
I'm sorry, Mrs. McGee, but to be frank...
To be frank, we ain't good enough to meet your wife. Is that it?
Why, if you ain't the stuck-up and a snobbish...
McGee.
Huh?
Maybe Mayor Latrivia has some good reason he doesn't want to bring his wife.
I have a very good reason. You see,
There can't be any good reason for that. Latrivia's just high hat, that's all. Why...
Now, just a minute, McGee. If you can restrain your impetuosity for a brief interval.
And never mind the big words, either. I know what you mean. You ain't fooling me with them jawbreakers, Latrivia.
Now, McGee, he only said...
I know what he said, Molly, and I don't take that from anybody.
McGee, I merely attempted to interpolate a few words to indicate that you are irretrievably, yes, even incongruously in error. If you think...
That's enough, Latrivia. Take off your coat.
Now, stop this, McGee. You're just excited, dearie. I'm sure Mayor Latrivia can explain himself.
To McGee, I wouldn't consider it necessary, Mrs. McGee. But to you, yes.
Yeah? Well, it better be good, too, Bud. That's all I gotta say, too.
McGee, let the mayor talk. Why can't you bring your wife, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, why?
Well, if you think I'm going out and get married just so I can bring a wife to your family clam bake, McGee, you're dripping wet. I'll see you for dinner Thursday.
Well, now aren't you ashamed, McGee?
Shamed and chagrined. But how did I know he wasn't married? Gee, that was a natural mistake.
You know, I thought he was married myself.
Yeah.
Heavenly days, McGee. If you could get a lovely girl like me, certainly he ought to be able to find one.
Well, I suppose that's the difference between having a character and being one. Now, what was I doing before he... Oh, yeah.
Now, listen, don't get sawdust all over my rugs, dearie.
Oh, don't worry. I got newspapers spread around, haven't I? Only amateurs make a mess of this stuff. I'm an expert.
So you've told me. You certainly talk a wonderful little footstool.
Well, I build one, too. I remember one time... Hey, where's the saw?
In your hand.
Oh, yeah. I remember one time I was up one knocked the saw. Now you... Now show me, he says. Well, I get a fresh fruit. So I said, okay, I'll get the fruit in. Well, that's 43 cents on the milk, see? Very fresh fruit. I see that. I'll follow you this way. Oh, sure, little thing. Sure, look there. Oh, it's one of the most cute thing I ever saw. And to this day, they don't know how I did it.
Well, neither do I. And furthermore, dearie...
No, folks, what are you doing?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. McGee's making me a footstool, he says.
Going to be a honey, too, Harlow. I love working with wood.
Ah, so do I.
Oh, are you a carpenter, too, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I would say that, Molly. I don't think I could stand it.
Stand what?
Oh, sawing wood, pounding nails into it, cutting it to pieces, scratching it all up. It'd break my heart. You know why?
No, why?
Don't go away, folks. Our Mr. Wilcox feels very deeply about certain things, and we don't like to discourage the enthusiasms of a grown boy. Makes him sensitive. Why don't you like to do carpentering, Sonny?
Well, I guess I've spent too many years selling people on the idea of protecting and beautifying wood surfaces. Fibber, you know, Johnson's wax. Bringing out the natural luster and charm of furniture and floors, showing people how they can protect their wood, not deface it.
I understand perfectly, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure you do, Molly. Any housewife understands. They know that with Johnson's wax, their woodwork and furniture and floors are practically everlasting, to say nothing of ever beautiful. Just like Johnson's self-polishing glow coat preserves and protects linoleum against dirt and wear. And there's never been a time when it was more important to take better care of our possessions and make them last longer.
See what I mean? You see what I mean, folks? He means it.
Well, why shouldn't I?
Oh, you should. You should. But is it really true, Harlow, that you wrote your congressman and told him to start a movement to have the capital of the United States moved to Racine, Wisconsin?
Oh, that was just a suggestion. But look, what I came over for was to ask about Lillian.
Oh, our horse. Well, she's just fine, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, that's good. Look, I brought her a little gift.
Oh, look, Molly. 4 horseshoes made out of felt.
Oh.
Yeah, just something for Lillian to wear lounging around in the garage. Those open-heeled iron shoes of hers must get pretty tiring on that cement floor. Just tell her they're from Uncle Harlow. So long now.
My, wasn't that a sweet thought, McGee? Bedroom slippers for Lillian.
Yeah. Now all she needs is a smoking blanket and a subscription to Town and Country. Oh, well.
How you doing, McGee?
Oh, swell. I got the legs all made. Oh, Hey, where are you going?
Well, I've got to go up Upstairs to get some more yarn from my needlepoint, Jerry. I'll be back before you can say, oh, these legs are too short.
They are not too short. They're perfect. If Betty Grable was a footstool and had legs like these, I'll bet you...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, little girl. Don't bother me now. I'm busy.
Busy doing what, mister? What you doing? What you?
Well, sis, at the moment, I'm on the verge of virgin this virgin timber into a footstool. So read it, will you? You distract me.
Can I use your phone, mister? Can I please?
You better not, sis. I'm too busy.
Well, gee, mister,
Now, quiet. Just quiet. I'm trying to think. Now, let's see. If I take this phone...
Hey, mister.
Huh?
Why does wood have knot holes in it, and why does it?
I don't know. Now, let me see. If I take all past me...
Why does all wood have those funny marks in it, mister?
I don't know, sis. I put it down here to put the data what it's sitting there.
Hey, mister, why does wood smell so good when you saw it, and why does it?
I don't know.
You don't mind if I ask questions, do you, mister?
Oh, of course not. How else can you learn anything?
Now, can I use your telephone, mister? It'll only take a minute.
No. Now, take it easy, sis. Relax.
All righty.
Now, let's see.
Hey, mister, what's the ice pick for?
That isn't ice pick, sis. That's all. It's a all.
It's a all of what?
That's all. Just the all. That's what they call it. A all.
You mean that's what they all call it?
Sure.
But what is it?
I just told you it's a all.
Okay.
Well, let's see if I...
Hey, mister, can I use your phone? Can I?
May I? I said, may I?
Why not? It's your phone.
You shouldn't say, can I do this or that, sis? You should say, may I?
May I what?
Well, may I use your phone, or whatever it is you want to do. What do you want to do?
I want to use your phone. Can I?
Okay. Go ahead and use it, but make it snappy.
Okay. Hello? Police department, please.
Hey, you know somebody in the police department, sis?
No.
Well, then you haven't got any business bothering them.
Okay, mister, I just want to tell
Well, never mind. They ain't interested in your cat running away or your tortoise being turtle napped.
But gee, mister, this was important.
What's important? Come on, tell Uncle Fibber all about it.
Well, when I came past Uncle Fibber's house, I saw some men taking a spare tire off his car out in front, and...
You did, huh? Well, that's very interesting. Now, let's see. What? My spare tire? Get back on that phone, sis. Call the police. Just don't stand there. Do something.
The King's Men and the Army Air Corps March.
Up we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun. Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder. Alum boys, give it a gun. Spouting our flames from under, off with one hell of a roar. We'll live in fame or go down in flame. Nothing can stop the Army Air Corps. Here's a toast to the host of those who love the vastness of the sky. To a friend we send a message from his brother men who fly. We drink to those who gave their lives of old, then down we roar to score the rainbow's path of gold. A toast to the host of men we host, the Army Air Corps. Up we go into the wild sky yonder, keep the wings level and true. If you live to be a gray-haired wonder, keep your nose up in the blue. Flying men guarding the nation's border, we'll be there, followed by more and more. In echelon we carry on. Nothing can ever stop us, nothing can ever stop us, nothing can stop the Army Air
Well, there she is, Molly. There
There's your footstool. All done.
Good for you, McGee, and a handsome job,
Adam,
too. Thank you very much.
Oh, it was nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. All it needs now is a coat of shellac and some Johnson's wax, and you'd never know it from the picture in the advertisement. When I think of what I...
Come in.
Package for Mrs. McGee. Sign here, please.
All right. And thank you very much.
Oh, that's okay, lady. If circumstances was reversed, and I was the customer, and you was the delivery man, I'm sure you would be glad to be of service, too. That's the way I feel about it. Philosophical. Good for you, Bud. And for your cheerfulness and all, here's a nickel for you. It's getting so you can't even depend on philosophy. What's in that package, Molly? More yarn for your needlepoint?
No, I just thought of it.
Oh, for the love of Mike. Come in.
Hello, folks. Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp. Glad you drooped in. You look kind of troubled.
Yes, what's the matter?
No, Sweetie Face and I had words. Words, eh?
Yes, we had words, only I didn't get a chance to use mine. My, well, what was the argument?
Well, it all started as a gag, you might say, Mrs. McGee. What was the gag, Wimp?
Oh, an old bandana handkerchief she crams in my mouth. Well, now, listen, you shouldn't let her do all those things to you, Mr. Wimple. Assert yourself. Be a caveman.
I tried that, too, Mrs. McGee. I tried being a caveman for a whole week once. What happened, Wimp? Oh, Sweetie Face crawled in the cave after me and dragged me home.
Now, you just wait. Someday it'll all change, Mr. Wimple, and you'll make her respect you.
I really hope so, Mrs. McGee. Sometimes I think I just can't stand it any longer. Like yesterday, for instance. I really gave vent to my feelings then. You did, really? Oh, indeed I did. I was really in a rage. I said, look here, Sweetie Face, I said, I've had enough of this treatment. From now on, I'm going to be the boss around here, I said. Starting today, I'll give the orders.
Oh, heavenly days, and then what?
Then I dialed our number, but she wasn't at home. Some nights you'll say that stuff in your sleep, Wimp, and then you will be in a pickle. Oh, I know, Mr. McGee. I've had that experience, too. I told Sweetie Face exactly what I thought once while I was sleeping on the Davenport.
Oh, my. Was she angry?
Oh, was she angry? First, she picked up a book like this and threw it through a window like this. Wait a minute, Wimple. We didn't mean... And then she threw a lamp on the floor like this.
No, please,
And then
Mr.
she
Wimple,
reached into her legs and picked up a little footstool like this and literally tore it apart. Hey! No, I just made that footstool, Wimple. Don't do that with my footstool. Can you imagine such a woman, folks? I'm just so discouraged. I'm going right out and shoot myself. A game of pool. He's discouraged.
Can you imagine that? Look at that broken window. Look at the floor lamp.
Don't look at those. Look at my new footstool. Smashed to smithereens. Now I'll have to start all over.
No, you won't, dear. Here's the one I ordered from the Bon Ton. That's the package that just came.
What? You knew I was going to make one and you still ordered that one from the Bon Ton? Did you know this was going to happen? Can you see into the future?
No, but I can remember the past.
The other evening, I walked all through my house, looking things over carefully to see which ones would be difficult to replace. When I got to the kitchen, I, of course, noticed the stove, refrigerator, and other items made with metals. And then all of a sudden I realized that our linoleum is made of ingredients that aren't easy to get. I'm glad we have Johnson's self-polishing glow coat in our house so we can protect that linoleum and make it last. Linoleum which is protected with glow coat regularly will last at least 5 to 10 times longer than if it's unprotected. Glow coat has other primary advantages besides protection. It saves work because it's self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing, and it makes kitchen floors beautiful, keeps the colors bright. If I were you, I would protect my floors from now on with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Why don't you settle down? You're so restless, you make me nervous.
Oh, I can't help it, Molly. I want to do something about this war. I want to get in and help.
Well, my goodness, you've been buying defense bonds for all you're worth.
Yeah, but that's no sacrifice. That's just a darn good investment. I want to really get in there and pitch. I want to fight.
Oh, but you're a little overage for that, dearie.
Oh.
I'm afraid you'll have to be one of the men behind the gun.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not so old. I'd make a wonderful captain of artillery.
No, you just stay on the radio, dearie, and be a colonel of corn.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Swonderful. This year, we're probably going to have more gardens in this country than ever before. You'll soon see many of your neighbors working out in their yards, taking care of young carrots and cabbages and beets. Of course, it's a good idea. It helps the individual family save, and it helps the country conserve. But what has gardening got to do with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat? Well, I'll tell you. First, if your linoleum floors are protected with glow coat, you'll save hours of time during the year, and that time you can very profitably use in your vegetable patch. Glow coat needs no rubbing or buffing. Self-polishing. You just apply and let dry. Second, when you come in from working in the garden, your feet just might be a little dirty. But if your kitchen floor is protected with glow coat, you won't worry a bit. Glow coat guards the floor against wear, and soiled places are cleaned in a jiffy with a damp cloth. Now, I hope I've made it clear that people with gardens should all use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on their floors. Fibber McGee is writing a song.
We'll get in for
That's all, brother. Now meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, how you doing, dearie?
Great. I feel just like Stephen Foster. Only he didn't have a typewriter.
Well, that may make you even with Stephen, but I'll bet Foster was faster. What's the name of your corny little cadenza?
It ain't corny, and it's got a wonderful title. The Defense Stamp Stomp.
Oh.
That ain't cooking with gas. I'll eat it raw.
Not bad at all. Are you going to write the music, too?
Nah, Billy Mills offered to do it, and I didn't want to hurt his feelings.
Well, why don't you get somebody else to do the words, too, and save my feelings? Frankly, I'm kind of leery of your lyrics.
Oh, don't worry. I got a wonderful start. So I got to fix up the verse some more yet.
Well, how does it go?
Well, it ain't exactly right yet, but I'm on the track. So far, it goes something like this. There's a long, long trail a winding.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute. That's been used.
It has?
Sure.
You mean somebody swiped this already?
No. That's a song from the last war. You remember that?
Say, it did sound kind of familiar at that.
Sure.
Oh, well, I'll throw it out. I got plenty of ideas. How about this?
Wait a minute, McGee.
Huh?
On second thought, I don't like your title, The Defense Stamp Stomp.
Why, that's the best part of it.
Why, I know, but I read in the paper where they're going to start calling them war bonds. We're going to stop defending and start fighting.
Oh, all right. So we changed the title to The War Stamp Stomp. That gets that old fighting spirit into it.
Dang, this
As
guy
it is,
found
I
the
think
guy
it's kind
already.
of offensive anyway.
You're on
Well,
top of
yes.
that shit.
Yes, it is. In fact, I think it's one of the most offensive songs I ever heard.
Gee, do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, thanks. You ain't just saying that because you admire me.
No. No, I'm not. I really think it's a very offensive song.
Of course, I may not be so hot at popular songs. I'd probably be better at serious stuff. Matter of fact, I've been mulling over in my mind a ballad called Ballad for Americans. It'd be great for somebody like Paul Robeson.
Well, there is a song by that name, and Paul Robeson does sing it.
Doggone it, that's always the way it is. Here I get these ideas, and just because I'm too busy to write them down at that particular minute, somebody always comes along.
Hey, you better hide that song for a minute, McGee. This may be Gilbert and Sullivan.
Who?
Gilbert and Sullivan.
I heard of Sullivan. He's an old-time prize fighter.
Pretty
But who's Gilbert?
They're not
Well,
sure if it's going to
he
be
wrote the
correct or
Mikado.
not.
He did? Why, the dirty traitor. Just wait till I get my...
Calm yourself, McGee. It's only Mayor Latrivia.
Oh, come in, Latrivia.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, McGee.
City bother? What's all the bother?
When I was over here for dinner the other evening, McGee, I lost my Phi Beta Kappa key. Did you find it by any chance?
No, we didn't find any keys, Mr. Mayor. Did you lose your whole key ring or just the one key?
Just my Phi Beta Kappa key, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
It was pinned on my vest.
Pinned on your vest? That's a way to carry a key, Latrivia. How do you carry your money? Tied into a corner of your hanky?
Please, McGee, let's be sensible. A Phi Beta key is usually pinned on the vest.
Well, what was it a key to, Mr. Mayor?
It wasn't the key to anything, Mrs. McGee. It was the visible symbol of my membership in the honorary scholastic fraternity, Phi Beta Kappa.
Oh, a key to the frat house. I didn't get it at first, Latrivia. I thought maybe...
Apparently, McGee, you still don't get it. This key has no utilitarian purpose whatsoever.
Well, then what good is it?
For that matter, what good is that American Legion button your husband is wearing?
What do you mean, what good is it, you big lint head? It shows I belong to the Legion. You think I wore it just to keep the wind from blowing through the buttonhole?
You see, the Legion button indicates your membership in the Legion. My Phi Beta Kappa key indicates my membership in Phi Beta Kappa. Is that plain enough, or shall I spell it for you?
Understand, dearie?
Sure. He means he can't get into the Phi Beta Capsule Clubhouse without using his key. They give all the members a key, and when they unlock the door...
This key does not unlock any door. Can't you get that fact through your Neanderthal noggin?
My what?
Never mind. But please keep an eye out for my key, if you will. It's a small pin about a half an inch in diameter.
Oh, you mean that's what the pin looks like that was on the key?
That is the key. The key is a pin.
Maybe you better make Latrivia a cup of hot tea, Molly.
I don't want a cup of tea. I just want to find my tea. I mean my hot tea. No, I don't either.
Now, let's not all get excited, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure that we'll find your little pin with the key still on it, and when we do...
But, Mrs. McGee, there is no key. It's just a pin. They just call it a key.
Well, if you gotta unpin it every time you want to unlock the clubhouse door...
The clubhouse hasn't any doors. There isn't any clubhouse. The key doesn't unlock anything because it isn't a key. It's a pin. I just wear it.
Why?
Because I belong to Phi Beta Kappa.
Well, then why don't they give you a little button that says so?
Because the symbol of membership... Never mind. I'm going to turn in my resignation today. I'm going to join the Elks.
Boy, is he dumb.
You know, he wouldn't be if he'd spend more time studying in college instead of running around with those sorority fellas.
Well, I got to get back to my song. Now, let me see.
Look, McGee, I've got an idea.
What?
Mr. Wimple is a poet. Say, why don't you get him to help you with the words to your song?
Oh, that's a great thought, Molly. Come on, let's go. I'll get Billy Mills to write the music and Wimple to write the words.
Well, what'll you do?
What'll I do? It's my title, ain't it? Come on, let's go. Over to Mills.
It's a lovely spring day, isn't it, dearie? Now, aren't you glad I made you walk?
No. I still think we should have hitched up Lillian to the sulky and drove over to Billy's house.
No, it was too soon after Lillian's lunch. She was taking her nap.
All that nag does is eat and sleep. Besides, she's getting too fat, Molly.
She's not fat. She's just filling out.
Maybe so. But she's the first horse I ever saw with a double chin.
Oh, look, McGee, here comes Abigail Uppington.
Correction. Lillian is the second horse I ever saw with a double chin.
Now, listen, Abigail hasn't got a double chin, McGee. She's just got a loose neck.
Loose neck and a tight fist. She's the most...
Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
Say, we don't often see you walking, Abigail. Where's your limousine?
Oh, I'm economizing on tires, my dear.
Ah, good for you, Uppy. I always was a great walker myself. Why, when I was a kid, I used to walk 9 miles to school every day.
Go on. It was only 3 miles, McGee.
I know, but they always sent me back home for my arithmetic book. That made 3 trips.
Well, what did a future songwriter like you want to waste his time on arithmetic for anyway?
Well, that's what I always tried to tell my teacher, Miss Fiditch. I says, Miss Fiditch, I said...
Songwriter. Oh, you dear boy. Don't tell me you've added songwriting to your other accomplishments.
What other accomplishments? Name 3, Abigail.
Okay, score. You wanna? Dear I. But you'll change your mind when you hear my song played on every radio station in the country.
And maybe even 1 or 2 in the city. McGee's writing a song called The War Stamp Stomp, Abigail.
Oh, how splendid, and what a thrilling title. Oh, I do hope it will be a success, Mr. McGee.
Although what?
Well, I just can't help remembering what a disappointment my nephew had. He was a musician, too.
What happened to him? Lose a button off his bolero?
No, he wrote a little thing which even now is played on hundreds of radio stations every day. And the poor lad never collected $1.
Oh, what kind of a song is it, Abigail?
Well, the name of it is Bong Bong Bong.
Bong, bong, bong. That's cute. How does the music go?
Oh, it goes like this. A bong, a bong, a bong.
Heavenly days, did your nephew write that?
Oh, indeed he did. Oh, well, I must be getting along.
So you decided to walk and save your tires, eh, Uppy?
Oh, yes. I walk all the way down to the Bon Bon department store nearly every day.
Oh, and all the way back, too?
Oh, no, that would be too much, I'm afraid. So my chauffeur meets me with a car and drives me home. Oh, well, good luck, Mr. McGee. I just know you're destined to be another Rimsky-Korsakov. Goodbye.
What's the matter, McGee? What are you muttering about?
You heard what that old moose said, didn't you? Said I was going to be a Ripsky-Korskakov. Well, what is a Ripsky-Korskakov?
Well, I think there are a couple of songwriters.
They can't amount to much. You never hear any of their stuff in the boxes. Besides, I can't...
Well, hello there, folks. Where are you going?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. We're on our way over to Billy Mills' house. I hope he's home.
Oh, he is. I saw his galoshes on the front porch.
Oh, well, how do you know they were Billy's?
He had them on. You going over there for dinner?
No, I'm writing the song, Harlow. Billy's doing the score.
Well, what kind of a song is it? Popular?
Very, at least with McGee. He calls it the War Stand Stomp, Mr. Wilcox.
Is that a title or ain't it, Harlow? Or maybe you aren't any judge.
Sure, I'm a judge. I'm a composer myself, in a way.
Oh, really, Mr. Wilcox? What songs have you written?
Oh, nothing very famous, I guess, Molly. But I did one I rather liked. It goes, now is the time to protect and preserve the things you own, and cut expenses to the bone.
Cute lyrics.
Johnson's wax on your floors, furniture, woodwork, windowsills, lampshades will not only preserve and protect, but beautify as well. It's swell. Cuts housework to a minimum and saves you time and work. I'd be a jerk if I didn't tell you to use Johnson's wax and take a rest. It's the best. And on your kitchen floor, use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Just make a note. It's so easy, looks so pleasing. Pour it out and spread it around. Let it dry, and I'll be bound your linoleum looks like new. What a view. Oh, boy, what a joy. Boy, 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 boy.
Oh, here. Well, I think we have the idea, Mr. Wilcox.
We got an idea of the words, Harlow. Now, how about the tune?
No, I don't need one. Just say Johnson's wax to a housewife. That's music to her ears. Good luck, pal.
Oh, what a songwriter. Old Jerome Corn himself.
Another Minsky Korsakov. Say, isn't this Billy Mills' house, McGee?
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. He's home. Hi, Skimp. Hello, Mom. Come on in. Why, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Well, I thought you knew we were coming.
Well, I knew Fibber was coming. I didn't know you were, Mom. Makes it a pleasure. Park your hat, Pat. Let me take the sable, Mabel. Now, you're really jiving this afternoon, Billy. Yes, I'm sending, Skimp. How's everything?
Just fine, Billy.
How's my pal, Uncle Dennis? Oh, same as ever. He is, huh? Too bad.
You know, we've been trying to give him some good advice, but he wouldn't take it.
What advice, Mom? She told me we ought to give up the little brown jugs till we lick those little yellow mugs. Uncle Dennis. Well, he'd make a great air raid warden. Out all night anyway.
Now, listen, you never mind, Uncle Dennis. Did you write some music for McGee, Billy?
Well, I'm working on it, Mom. Got the manuscript right here.
Now, good luck to you, dearie.
Now, let me study it a minute, Mom. I mean, Molly. You seem kind of doubtful about the opening chord, Billy. What you mean? You got a question mark in front of it. That's a treble clef. Oh, yeah. Treble clef. See this thing here, Molly?
Yeah.
Treble clef. Wonderful thing to have in a song, too. Some of our best music has got treble clef in it.
Don't tell me. What'll they think of next?
Is this finished, Billy? No, I had a little difficulty about the piano.
Difficulty?
Yes, man from the finance company. I hurt my hand, too. Like the guy.
Who?
Man from the finance company. Well, that's tough, Billy. But when do you think you can finish it? I kind of promised the manager of the radio station he could have it at 6 o'clock tonight. I'll have it done, Skimp. How about the lyrics?
Well, Mr. Wimple is going to do the lyrics, Mr. Mills.
Yeah, and when he gets the words done and you finish the music, Billy, I got a hunch that this is going to be the best song I ever wrote. Hey, that reminds me, I better call Wimple and see how he's getting along. Where's your phone, Billy? You see that brown cord on the floor over there? Yeah. Well, follow that. There's a lamp on the end of it. Try the black cord.
Never mind tracing it down, McGee. Here's the phone right here.
Let me take it. Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 72. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your brother shot it out with the cops, eh?
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. What happened?
Mert's baby needed a bottle of milk in the middle of the night, and she called her brother at the creamery, and he shot it out with the cops. What's say, Mert? Oh, you have? Oh, thanks. Hello, is this Wallace Whipple? Hey, what's the matter, Wimp? You got a cold? Your voice is deeper than usual. Huh? Huh? Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Wimple. May I speak to Wallace? Thanks. Wimple started the lyrics yet, Mom?
Yes, McGee called him earlier today, and he said...
Is that you, Wimple? This is McGee. Yeah, look, Billy Mills is nearly finished with the music. Suppose you get them words done and meet me at the radio station about 5:45.
The King's Men sing Lanigan's Shillelagh.
His name was Timothy Lanigan, he came from County Cork, 'cause on the 17th of March he landed in New York. The crowd was down to meet the boat, there wasn't room to stand. Sure, there was Timothy Lanigan, a-looking mighty grand. Oh, he carried his old shillelagh in his hand. Yes, he carried it all the way from Ireland. As he raised his old bobbin and sang the wearing of the green. Sure, he carried his old shillelagh in his hand. I've got a job to do, I'm on the trail now of the guy who threw the overalls in Mrs. Murphy's chow. And if I ever find him, there will be an awful row. So I carried the old shillelagh in my hand, and all over the USA the people all got out of his way, for he carried his old shillelagh in his hand. One day while Timothy Lanigan was leaving his hotel, he heard a step behind him and a voice he knew so well. He whirled around to take a look, and there upon the stoop was the man who threw the overalls and Mrs. Murphy's soup. And he carried a big shillelagh in his hand. In his hand, yes, he carried a big shillelagh in his hand. In his hand, he was big and he was tall, and he was looking for a brawl, and he carried a big shillelagh in his hand. Swung their old shillelaghs and they searched it all about. Through the afternoon they battled and they still were feeling stout. But when the moon began to rise they knocked each other out. And they fell with their shillelaghs in their hand. Oh, they both woke up together and they called the fight a draw. Then Timothy discovered he'd been fighting with his paw. Said Lanigan the senior,
I'll confess it to you now, I'm the Mick who threw the overalls and Mrs. Murphy's chow.
So they carried their old shillelaghs in their hand, and the last we heard they're back in Ireland, and they're looking for a brawl any time or place at all, for they carried their old shillelaghs in their hand.
Where did you tell Mr. Wimple you'd meet him, McGee?
Right here at the reception desk. Hey, Bud.
Yes, sir?
I got an appointment to meet a guy here in a few minutes. Do you mind if we hang around?
Oh, not at all, sir. Would you care to see a broadcast while you wait?
Oh, my, it might be fun, McGee. What's on now, sir?
Well, in 5 minutes we have Uncle Bunny and his sleepy time tales. And then at 6:30, a news broadcast by Herman Sherman, the commentator who sees all, knows all, and guesses very badly. And then at 6:45...
Skip the schedule. Thanks anyway, but I don't think we got time. Oh, here he comes. Hey, Wimp! Here we are.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
How'd you get along with my song, Wimp?
Oh, quite well, Mr. McGee, considering.
Considering what, Mr. Wimple?
Well, I had to stop every now and then and help Sweetie Face.
Oh.
She was practicing the shot put for the police games next month.
Practicing the shot put? How could you help her do that?
She didn't want to get the floor all dented up, so I had to stand across the room and catch the shot when she threw it. My goodness, the woman is a human cannon. I'd like to send her away to General MacArthur. Or somebody.
Well, did you get the song done, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, I did, Mrs. McGee. When I got started on the lyrics, Sweetie Face thought I was a regular coal porter.
She did, eh?
I guess so. Anyway, she kept me running down to the cellar for more coal for the fireplace.
Let's hear your words for the song, Mr. Wimple.
All righty. The war stamp stamp.
Boy, what a title.
Here's the chorus. Dig down deep into your rampers. Lay it on the line, you stompers. For the right, for right is might. Get into it. Don't be tight. And stamp. Stamp. The war stamp stamp.
Well, that's very good. that, Mr. Wimple?
That's terrific, Wimple. Much obliged.
Now, the second chorus goes, oh, there's men behind the guns, to lick the Jappies and the Ipies and the Huns. So when you...
Hold it, Wimp, hold it. That's great. Much obliged. Now, you wait out here and I'll let you know what happens. Come on, Molly.
Where, McGee?
I gotta show this song to the manager. Hey, Bud, is Mr. Strokes in his office?
Just a moment, sir. I'll see. Yes, sir, he is. Whom shall I say wants to see him, sir?
Fibber McGee, the songwriter. Tell him it's about that song I wrote that I spoke to him about over the phone.
Yes, sir. Extension 867J, please. Mr. Strokes? There's a Mr. McGee here who says... Oh, sir? Well, he's short and heavy-set. Sir? Oh, but he says he's already spoken to you about... Sir? No, but... Sir? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I already told him you were in, and he... Sir? Oh, yes, sir. You may go in, Mr. McGee. Mr. Strokes said he was very anxious to see you. Third door to your left.
Thanks very much.
Hot dog. What did I tell you, Molly? These guys are hungry for new talent.
Yeah, that's what the missionary said when the cannibals put the kettle on.
I bet they offer me a job on the staff here. Maybe head of the music department. They ought... Oh, here we are. Hi, Strozzi, old man. I'm McGee, the songwriter. This is my wife, Molly.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Good day. McGee, somebody called me earlier today and said that you were the author of the greatest song ever written.
That was me, Chief. Now, look. Here's the song. I call it the War Stamp Stomp. Now, just look it over.
The War Stamp Stomp. Isn't that a wonderful title?
It certainly is.
It's an inspiration. That's what it is, Strokes. Just popped into my head one morning and I says to myself, boy, is that a title. Then I get
wait a minute, McGee. Do you ever listen to station MEOW?
Oh, say he listens every night.
Yeah, that's why I come to you. My favorite radio station. Now, look, Strokes, you publish this on a royalty basis, and I'll...
What's that? Publish it. Why, you little pirate.
Huh? Why, what's the matter?
We've been featuring a song called The War Stamp Stomp over this station for 2 weeks.
Oh, that's where I heard it.
Every home has a few things finished with chromium. If you think of your own home for a moment, you'll remember those towel bars and perhaps other fixtures in the bathroom and kitchen. Possibly some chromium chairs or tables, not to forget the trim on your automobile. You know, of course, that chromium is scarce at present and should be protected. But do you know the easy, inexpensive way to protect it? Yes, with that same genuine Johnson's wax you use to protect and beautify your floors, furniture, and woodwork. Apply Johnson's wax, either paste, liquid, or cream, the same as you do on wood surfaces. The wax forms a protective shield that guards the chromium against the corrosive action of weather and fingerprints, also against minor scratches. You'll notice, too, how the wax finish adds a soft beauty to the metal itself. Now, before another day passes, protect all chromium surfaces in your home with genuine Johnson's wax.
Sorry about your song, McGee. I really thought you had something there.
Yeah, me too. I still think my song was better than the one they've been playing. I had more to sing, more patriotic boom.
Yes, sir. And I bet if you ever published it and everybody started singing it, it would be an awful pain in the neck to Berlin.
Berlin, Germany?
No, Berlin, Irving.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industries, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Will you do me a favor? Next time you get into your car, take a critical look at the finish. Doesn't it need a good cleaning and polishing? It's a cinch to do both these jobs now with Johnson's Carnew, because Carnew both cleans and polishes with one application. 2 jobs at once in quick time. You've probably heard people say, your car looks like new when you use Carnew. You'll be saying it yourself, first time you use Johnson's Carnew on your car. Carnew spelled C-A-R-N-U. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, songs by the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with There's a Great Day Coming Mañana. A thirsty palm tree way down in Brazil got to do with your floors? Well, you'll have the answer to that question if you'll read an interesting two-page advertisement in this week's issue of Life magazine. That palm tree in Brazil is called the Carnuba palm. And it's the source of Carnuba wax, one of the main ingredients in the Johnson's wax you use on your floors, furniture, and woodwork. So every time you protect your things with a coat of Johnson's wax, you are really demonstrating the good neighbor policy between this country and our South American ally, Brazil. The true secret of Johnson's wax is the skillful blending of Carnuba with other waxes to produce a wax coating that provides both protection and beauty. Right now, especially, you'll want to take good care of the things you have. And the easy way to do this is with genuine Johnson's wax, which is now available in paste, liquid, or cream form. After dinner tonight, while Molly was starting her dishwashing, Fibber suddenly threw down his magazine and dashed out of the house. Why? Well, we refer you to Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, I wonder what got into McGee all of a sudden. Oh, well. McGee never helps me wash the dirty dishes,
Okay, Molly, one side there. I'm taking over the dishwashing tonight. Give me that apron.
McGee, what on earth?
Come on. This is important. Open this package of soap while I roll up my sleeves. Then you go sit down and knit a natty little nightie for some nipper in the Navy while I wash my dishes.
Here.
Huh?
Calm down.
Okay, I'm calm. I'm as cute as a cucumber. I mean...
Take off your hat.
Huh? Oh, excuse me. Oh, well, come on, Molly, come on. I got to...
Skipping around while I'm talking to you.
Well...
Okay, your place is clear.
Now, tell me what this is all about.
Okay, you see this package of soap?
Yes.
This is Lavarino. The soap is going to be worth $5,000 a year to you and me.
You don't say.
Yeah.
What do we do with it? Wash the Rockefeller Foundation?
Maybe I better start at the beginning.
Well, now we're getting someplace, and I don't think I'm going to like it when we get there.
Oh, yes, you will, baby. Look, I'm entering a contest. Oh, now, don't start owing. Don't start owing till you hear what I got to say.
All right. If it's worth $5,000 to us, I'll stop owing everybody.
I'll say you will. The Lavarino Company is offering a first prize of $5,000 a year for life to the one who tells...
In 25 words or less.
In 25... Hey, how did you know?
Well, this is the 97th contest you've entered, Dave. And any similarity between this one and the other 96 is purely. So go ahead.
Well, I just got to tell in 25 words or less, quote, why I like to wash my dishes in Lavarino, unquote. Come on, give me that apron.
All right, here you are. And you're so sweet to wash my dishes for me.
If you think I'm sweet now, you wait till I've got $5,000 a year to spend on it. Why, I'm going to buy you the most expensive Irish setter in the country.
Irish setter?
Yeah. I've always wanted a good Irish setter. Haven't you?
Yes. I love him so much I married one.
All right, McGee, get busy.
Okay. First, I pour in a handful of soap.
Run some more hot water in the sink, dearie.
Okay. Now I get this. Boy. Look at that stuff.
Yep.
Hey, this is going to be kind of fun.
Well, try doing it 3 times a day for 20 or 30 years, dearie. And the only thing that'll look rosy to you will be your knuckles.
Now, let me see. I like to wash my dishes in latherino because...
Because it may bring you $5,000.
I'm serious, Molly. I'm really trying to think of a good reason why I like to wash my dishes in latherino.
Well, good luck, Riley. I've never yet found a good reason why I like to wash dishes. Besides, it's a pain in the neck.
Come in. Hello there, girls. Oh, excuse me, Johnny. The apron fooled me. You kids want to buy any Easter eggs?
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. I don't believe we want any.
Oh, come on, kids. I got some beauties this year. Purple ones, pink ones, striped ones, polka dotted ones with pictures on them.
Oh, my. Did you dive in yourself, Mr. Oldtimer?
Sure did, daughter. Stripped down in my bathing suit, went out in the backyard and colored eggs till I was blue in the face, green on the knees, and purple on the feet.
Well, I imagine purple feet look good on you, old-timer.
I didn't think so, Johnny. So you know what I done after that?
What'd you do?
I cried with my boots on.
Yeah, you'll be putting your foot in it up to the last, I guess.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it.
Wonderful world, there isn't.
The way I heard it, one fella says to t'other fella, says, what does Mahatma Gandhi want England to do for his country anyway? That's easy, says t'other fella. He wants them to give it back to the Indians. Well, I'll see you later, kid. Sorry I didn't want to eat you. Hey, that's the wrong door.
No, yeah, that's the closet door.
Oh, no. Ain't you kids ever going to straighten out that gosh darn museum?
Ladies and gentlemen, take a letter. Take the letter H. General Sherman rightly said war is ace. And ace is the difference between selling out and shelling out. So get in there today and see how much more you can invest in United States bonds and war stamps. We're all in this war. It's up to us to protect and preserve for our children's children what our fathers' fathers gave us in the Bill of Rights. You listeners in Canada, keep on buying those war savings certificates. Thank you.
Aren't you getting tired? This is the third time you've washed those dishes.
Yeah, and I still don't know why I like latherino. Well, it really does get the dishes clean, don't it?
Well, you can get them just as clean with a handful of grass if you wash them 3 times. I could take it. I'll go see to that, Miss McGee. Now be careful with those dishes.
Okay, now let me see. I like latherino soap for washing dishes because... Oh, I do. I like latherino. because the skin on my hands retains its natural loveliness. I like Latherino because Latherino has a swell smell. Hey, now I'm getting it. Latherino.
It's Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Ah, Jeannie with the light brown station wagon. Hi, Uppy. Curl up on the kitchen cabinet near the sugar.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Your hospitality is only exceeded by your charming appearance in that apron. But if you don't mind my mentioning it, your trousers are showing.
Doesn't he look dusty otherwise, though, Abigail?
Simply ravishing, my dear. And who is doing his hair these days, if anyone?
He does it himself with an egg beater, I think. But you know, he's so busy with his dishwashing and housework that...
All right, break it up, girls. Break it up. I'm doing this so as I can enter a contest, Uppy. Why I like to wash my words in Latherino in 25 dishes or less.
Oh, yes. Oh, these contests are so enthralling, Mr. McGee. Such a challenge to one's ingenuity.
Oh, I got ingenuity, all right. But why shouldn't I? I'm part Indian.
Careful with my teacups, McGee.
Why, I think he's being extremely careful, my dear. But I'm afraid his apron is coming loose. Here, let me tie the bow in the back of this pipe.
Not so tight. You're just over me.
I'm so sorry.
Ah, that's all right, Abigail. They were just a lot of old dishes anyway.
I'll say they were. Some of them been in Molly's family for 100 years. We were getting pretty tired of it.
Sure. When a dish gets to be 100 years old, throw it away, I always say.
Oh, good heavens, I simply feel horrible about this, really. You must allow me to reimburse you for the damage.
Oh, no.
Now, no protest. I can well afford it, you know.
Oh, yeah, but...
No. I shall leave some money on the table in the living room as I leave. Now, please don't go with me. I know the way, and I've been embarrassed enough. Goodbye.
Out of my way, McGee.
Oh, boy. Where'd you leave it? Wait till you knock on that door. Here it is.
How much? 100?
No.
Not 500?
No.
McGee, don't tell me she left the house.
No.
Well, what did she leave?
$3.
For all those dishes, why, the stingy thing.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call that cagey old gypsy up and scorch her clear down to her wedges. I'll burn that old moose till the whole town smells like venison. $3. Why, of all the... Hand me the phone.
Dearie, forget it. He hasn't had time to get home yet. Come on, let's go in and clean up that mess in the kitchen.
Imagine her leaving $3 for all those dishes. Why, that woman is so close, she breathes down her own neck.
Take it easy now, McGee. We can't all be...
Hello, folks. Oh, hi, Harlow. I can't shake hands now. My hands are all soapy.
He's washing the dishes, Mr. Wilcox. And if that makes you feel faint, have a chair.
I don't believe I ever saw you in an apron before, Fibber. Up to now, your charm and daintiness had escaped me.
Oh, cut it out. You ain't sincere. I'm entered in a contest.
Well, if it's a beauty contest, you'll get one vote from me, pal. In that apron, you...
Oh, lay off, will you? I'm just wearing this thing to get into a housewifey mood so as I can answer the question intelligently.
And the question is, why do I like to wash my dishes in Latherino? And the answer is, quote, I don't, unquote.
If I win, Harlow, the first prize is $5,000 a year for life.
Well, can't you get an angle on it?
Well, I'm on the trail. I think I like to wash dishes in Latherino on account of it's got a swell smell. It's got that tangy, piquant odor of the great outdoors. The pine-scented fragrance of the North Wood. The haunting, memory-laden...
You stole that off the label of my bath salt.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to use it for Venus.
You mean verbatim. Look, Fibber, maybe I can give you a lead. I know most of the angles on household products and why people like them.
Of course you do, Mr. Wilcox. Let him help you, McGee.
Sure, look. The Latherino Company probably wants to hear something nice about their product, something they can tell other people, use in their advertising.
That's sensible, too.
Go on, Harlow. I'm all ears, and they're twitching with eagerness.
Well, now take what people are always writing to the Johnson's wax people in Racine. They say, I love Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on my kitchen linoleum because it saves me so much work.
Yes, but then
They say, when I think that all I have to do is pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, and let it dry to a beautiful mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less, I wonder why I ever use the old-fashioned scrub brush.
Yeah, but Harlow, this is a different...
And they usually go on to say Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has given my linoleum a new lease on life. And given me one, too, because it saves me so much work and time and money.
But Harlow, I can't...
So, you see, pal, all you have to do is think up some reason why Latherino is better than other soaps. Just like Johnson's Glow Coat is superior to other products of its kind.
You see, McGee, that's all.
Doggone it, I knew that. But what can I say about Latherino?
What do you want me to do, Fibber? Write out your whole contest entry for you? You go earn your own $5,000. This is your baby. You rock it.
Guy can't think of anything but Johnson. Someday I'm going to turn him over and give him the needle and play the other side.
Now, look, dear, you go ahead and write your answers to the contest, and I'll go out in the kitchen and sweep up those broken dishes.
Okay, now let me see. I like Latherino because. When the suds go down the drain, it sounds like a horse pulling his foot out of the mud. That's no good. Might be repulsive. Now, let's see. I like Latherino because Latherino...
Hi, mister.
Hi, Latherino. Hi, sis. Don't bother me now. I'm busy. Well, what are you standing there snickering about, sis?
Gee, do you look funny in that apron, mister?
Yeah? Well, I don't look any funnier in this apron than some gals do in slacks.
That's what my daddy says, I betcha.
Your daddy never saw me in an apron.
Yeah, but he's seen my mama in slacks, mister. And you know what he says?
I'll come back in about 15 years with earmuffs on, sis, and I'll tell you what I imagine he said.
Well, he said for her to get into slacks is like trying to put 2 quarts of jelly in a quart jar. Oh, boy, my mama was mad clear through.
And if I remember your mama, sis, that's quite a distance. Now, run away, will you? I want to think.
Well, gee, can't you stop thinking long enough to tell me a story, mister?
No, I can't.
Oh.
Oh, well, all right. If I tell you a story, will you scram out of here and leave me in peace?
Sure I will, I betcha. Cross my heart.
Your heart's on the other side, sis. Crossing your appendix don't count. Okay, here we go. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Cinderella.
Shall I stop you if I've heard it?
Oh, what? Certainly. One day, Cinderella was...
Stop. I've heard it.
Okay. Once upon a time, a little boy named Jack planted some beans.
Stop. I've heard it.
Okay. Once upon a time...
Stop. I've heard that, too.
Well, doggone it, sis, if you're so smart, you tell me a story.
Hi.
Well...
Once upon a time, there was a big city, and it had a river running through the middle of it, and there were lots of little boats to take people in automobiles from one side of the river to the other.
Well, what kind of a story was that?
A fairy story.
The King's Men singing Old Uncle Bud.
In this busy, busy, hustling, bustling world, everybody's rushing, pushing, hurrying, scurrying by. All except one sweet, lazy old guy. Old Uncle Bud was not an ordinary guy, yet he might have been a big millionaire. But he slept until 1, and when his whistling was done, he just never had the time to spare. Old Uncle Bud was always gone to go to work, but it took him just so long to prepare. And most always by then the sun was setting again, so he never had the time to spare. He said he never did believe in hurry the stream, while other folks were busy with their worrying. He was busy working on a dream. He was busy dreaming. Old Uncle Bud is getting close to 93, but he's happy as a bear at the fair. For he's youthful and spry and can't remember to die, 'cause he's never had the time to spare. His cabin didn't even have a porch on it. He was a good-for-nothing, folks did say. But while they all were calling him unfortunate, our Uncle Bud was growing younger every day. Someday I know that Uncle Bud will travel on, and when he walks in to meet St. Peter up there, he'll say, "How are you, Gate? I'm awful sorry I'm late, but I never had the time to spare."
Hey, Molly.
Yes, McGee?
Run some more hot water over these dishes, will you? I gotta wash them again.
Again? For the fourth time?
Yep. I still haven't thought of a good reason why I like latherino. Now, I like...
Come in.
Man.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia, how do you do?
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Mayor. Have a chair.
No, thank you. I just stopped in to have a few words with you about your horse.
Oh, you mean Lillian. Isn't she sweet, Mr. Mayor? You know, sometimes she seems almost human to me, but then when I realize she can't talk about you behind your back, I realize she isn't.
Well, what about Lillian, Latrivia? If you can't say anything nice about her, don't say anything. Lillian's just like a daughter to me, except that she stays home nights.
McGee, you're overfeeding that animal. She's much too much overweight.
Oh, no, she's just plump, Mr. Mayor.
Nevertheless, you're ruining a fine animal. That horse has splendid lines, good blood. I think she comes from racing stock.
Yeah? A crumb off the old Seabiscuit, eh? What made you an authority on horses, Latrivia? I knew you ran for office on a promise for stable government, but I thought it was just a stall. Don't you get it, Molly? Yeah, you get it, Latrivia? I says I need
Ain't funny, McGee.
Indeed it ain't. I mean, it isn't.
Okay, don't nag.
I used to own race horses myself, McGee, and this horse of yours reminds me a great deal of one of my animals. One that I once entered in the Derby.
In the what?
In the Derby. At Louisville.
Oh, isn't that where they have the Kentucky Derby every year?
That is what I was referring to, Mrs. McGee, the Kentucky Derby. In the winter book, my horse was quoted.
In the winter book, eh? Oh, I get it. They run the Derby in the winter and the Derby in the spring. You see, Molly, they do that because they...
McGee, the Derby and the Derby are the same thing.
Well, how could they be? The Derby's only run in the spring, so if the Derby is run in the winter...
There isn't any Derby. That is, some people use the English pronoun as my horse in the winter book.
Are you trying to tell us that your horse could read books?
No. He was merely quoted.
Ah, go on. What did your horse say that was worth quoting?
My horse didn't say anything. I'm trying to tell you that my horse was listed in the winter book for the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, you mean you took him to England, huh?
No, I did not. I have never been in England.
You mean you sent that poor horse over there all alone? For shame, Latrivia. How could you...
Please, will you let me explain? I had a horse.
You had a horse.
He was a racehorse.
A racehorse.
I entered him in the Kentucky Derby, or Derby, as you prefer.
Well, which do you prefer?
The Derby.
Oh, not good enough for the Derby, eh?
No. Yes, he was. Can't you understand the Derby and the Derby are the same thing?
Well, how can they be? One is in the winter and one is in England.
I told you. Let it go. All I came here for was... I don't know what I came in here for. Good day.
Lead him on like that. He'll think we're the two dumbest people in town.
I like to see him get exasperated. You know, he'd make a swell head of the city government if he didn't have such a swell head.
I think he's nice.
Yeah, he's too nice and stuffy. Hey, this ain't getting my contest entry ready. Pour some more soap in there, will you?
Okay. Now think fast.
Let me see. I like Latherino for washing dishes because get a pencil and paper, Molly. I want you to be ready now to write down any answer.
I'm ready any time, and don't splash any more water on that apron now.
I like Latherino because.
Well, we're doing a nice business in the kitchen tonight, McGee. Come in.
Now, I like Latherino.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello,
Hey, what's the matter with you, Wimp? Is that a turtleneck sweater you're wearing, or is that your lower lip?
Excuse me for looking so mournful, folks, but I've just gotten some bad news.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Wimple. What was it?
I'm all broken up about it. Sweetie Face has been called out of town, and she'll be gone 3 whole days.
Oh, what's so sad about your wife leaving town for 3 days?
She's taking me with her. Oh, I don't mind, because lately she's been so thoughtful and romantic. She's even been slipping notes under my door.
Oh, isn't that sweet? And what do they say?
Oh, they're just mash notes. She says if I don't open the door, she'll mash my head in. Well, I'd better run along. I've got to go to the drugstore to pick up some things.
Hey, before you go, Wimp, there's something I'd like to ask you. Why are you holding your arm like that?
Oh, Sweetie Face tied a knot in it so I wouldn't forget to buy her some vitamin pills.
My heavenly days, is it broken?
Oh, no, Mrs. McGee. Just a bone in it. Sweetie Face does get a little playful at times, but thank goodness she can't take me over her knee and spank me anymore.
She can't? Who's stopping her?
Priorities.
How do priorities keep her from turning you over her knee, Mr. Wimple?
Haven't you read the papers? No more cuffs and a pants.
You should not let her get away with that stuff, Wimp. Why don't you be a man and stand up for your rights? Every man ought to be the boss in his own house.
That's very good advice, Mr. McGee. And I'd be inclined to take you seriously if I hadn't seen you in that apron. Well, goodbye.
Poor little Mr. Wimple. You know, he's so terrible.
Hey, Molly, I got it.
You got what, dearie? Dishwater hand?
No. My idea for Latherino. Wimple gave me the idea. Here, write this down.
All right.
I like Latherino for washing dishes because it's so much fun. My wife takes me to task every time I take the task from her. Quick, how many words?
Exactly 25.
Wow, that's it. Now, here you finish the dishes. No, never mind. This is more important. Write an envelope quick, and I'll make it.
What's the address?
Well, it's right on page 67 of that magazine.
Page 67.
That's it.
All entries to be mailed to contest judges, Latherino Corporation, Sudsville, Ohio, on or before midnight of April 1st, 1900... McGee.
Huh?
Where did this magazine come from?
I picked it up in the dentist's office this morning. Why?
Well, it's for March 1938. This contest closed 4 years ago.
What? You mean I'm too late?
In coming over to the studio tonight, I noticed carefully the cars parked along the street and in the parking lot. It struck me that there are still plenty of car owners who would welcome further information on how to take better care of their cars. Maybe they are saving their tires, but what about the outside of the car, the finish, the paint job? Sure, that needs attention too. And it's about the easiest part of the job with Johnson's Car New available everywhere. Car New, the auto polish that has made a hard job easy. That cleans and polishes in one application. That does 2 jobs at once in quick time. You've probably heard people say your car looks like new when you use Car New. Well, it's true. As you'll realize the first time you use Johnson's Car New on your car. And here's an extra tip. If you want to give longer life to that new showroom shine, protect it against sun and weather, you might apply a little wax after using Car New. But don't delay too long.
Hey, Molly, I just called up that dentist and bawled him out for having a 4-year-old magazine in his office.
What'd he say?
Well, he said he couldn't keep any new ones.
Why not?
Said people kept stealing them.
Well, and what did you say?
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly.
makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Great Day. Human nature to put things off. But what about that job of cleaning and polishing your car? Have you bought your can of Johnson's Car New yet? Have you had the thrill of seeing a new car pop right up before your eyes as if you had rubbed Aladdin's lamp? Maybe that sounds a little exaggerated, but I know you're going in for a surprise the first time you use Car New. It's so easy to use, for one thing, because it cleans and polishes in one application. Does two jobs at the same time. Car New is a liquid. You massage it gently over the finish, and when it dries to a powder, you wipe it off. And there stands your car with its almost forgotten showroom shine. Now, if you want to protect that shine for a longer time and save on your car washings, you add a coat of wax. But first, do that double job of cleaning and polishing with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. It's the easy, labor-saving way to keep up the finish of your car. They say a well-groomed woman gives her tresses 100 strokes with a hairbrush every night before retiring. And it must work, too, because McGee's horse, Lillian, is simply radiating charm and beauty these days. And here in the garage, giving their handsome hay burner the brush off in a nice way, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
My, doesn't her coat shine beautifully, McGee?
It oughta. I got a Charlie horse in my arm from currying her. Charlie, let me introduce you to Lillian. Lillian, this is Charlie. You two horses ought to know each other. Gotta watch that, Lillian. You almost missed your cue.
Isn't she sweet? Look at her wag her tail, McGee. She's happy.
In horses, Mrs. McGee, that ain't happiness. That's flies. Oh, hold still, you big corn cruncher. Hey, Molly, haven't we curried her long enough?
Oh, I think so. And she looks lovely, too. Though a little fat, I'd say.
Yeah, she's hippie but happy. Hand me a blanket, will you? Kind of a draft blowing through here.
You know, I don't think this blanket is big enough, McGee. Her legs must get awfully cold.
Well, what do you think we ought to do? She'd look awful silly in long underwear.
Well, she does need a bigger blanket, though. Yes. Mother's little baby that's told, doesn't she? Wudgy.
Oh, quit talking baby talk to her, Molly. Next thing you know, she'll be wanting me to sit on my lap and listen to the Three Bears. Her to sit on my lap.
Where are you?
Who's that?
It's Mrs. Uppington, I think.
Ah, yes. I should have recognized that sweet voice. I hear it in my dreams. Every time I eat too much lobster salad.
Now, listen, she isn't so bad, McGee. She's just afflicted with too much money.
Old Dr. McGee could cure that affliction with one rousing game of poker. What do you say we have the old...
Mrs. McGee, are you there? Out here in the garage, Abigail. Now, be nice, dear.
Okay, I'll kiss her hand and curtsy. And if the old moose...
Oh, hello there, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? How do you, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Abby. Get away from me, you big ox. I haven't got any sugar.
Please, Mrs. McGee. I did not come here to ask...
Oh, he didn't mean you, Abigail. He was talking to Lillian.
Yes, have you met Lillian, Uppy? Lillian, dear, this is Mrs. Abigail Uppington, the big splash in the finger bowl set. Uppy, shake hands with her. I'd like to have you meet our adopted daughter, Lillian.
Lillian and I have met, Mr. McGee, and I think she's very, very charming. I love horses. In fact, I was quite a horsewoman in my day. They used to say I rode like a centaur.
Like a what?
A centaur. That is a mythological figure, Mr. McGee. Half man, half horse.
Oh, really? Well, which half
McGee.
cup of tea?
Oh, thank you, no, my dear. I just stopped by to ask you a favor on behalf of the Wistful Vista Reclamation Committee, of which I am chairwoman.
Uppy, you're such a confirmed chairwoman, it's a wonder you weren't born with 4 legs.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McGee.
What is the Reclamation Committee, Abigail, and what are they going to wreck?
Well, we are putting on a campaign, Mrs. McGee, asking citizens to look through their homes for any material which might be useful to the government in this emergency. Old metal, paper, rags, all that sort of thing. Oh, here's a folder about it.
Okay, Uppy, but I don't think we got much of that kind of stuff.
McGee, how about the hall closet?
You think there might be something in there?
I have a sneaking suspicion that we might find an ounce or two that we might spare. What do we do with it, Abigail?
Oh, just pile it up outside. I shall have outshut coal for it at 4 o'clock.
Well, we'll get it at it right away, Uppy. Now, we're about through with Lillian anyway.
I must say, you keep her looking very well.
I tell you, we curry and brush her for 2 hours every day, Abigail. You see our coat shine?
Oh, yes, there is nothing like it, Mrs. McGee. Personally, I brush my hair at least an hour a day.
Well, some horses need more care than others, Uppy.
Now, please. Mr. McGee, I am not off. Well, goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Did I say something wrong?
Oh, no, you just called her a horse is all. Nothing to be offended about.
She should be offended about that. It's Lillian that ought to be hurt. Hey, Lillian? Yes, does daddy, baby, think nasty old woman? Huh? Oh. Well, let's get out that closet, Molly, and get it.
Government folder Abigail gave us, McGee.
Yeah?
Listen, it says, in our attics, cellars, backyards, and basements are waste materials that can help make ships, tanks, guns, and ammunition. Salvage now for victory. Well, come on, McGee, let's get busy.
Okay.
I'll be glad to get that closet cleaned out.
Yeah, me too. Oh, okay, open her up.
No, you open it.
No, you open it. I opened it the last time.
Yeah, but you can jump out of the way quicker than I can.
Well, okay. Here goes. There, you see? No cause to be alarmed. Just look at that, will you? Well, there ought to be plenty of stuff in here for the government, Molly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an old aluminum coffee pot. We can give that to the government.
No, but that's what I use to make the camping trips.
Well, tap a tree and drink maple syrup. This goes to Uncle Sam. Aluminum is a very important thing.
Let's see. Better make 3 piles of this stuff we're saving for the government. Rubber in one, metal in another, and paper in... Hey, look.
What?
There's my old ukulele.
Say, I never knew you had a ukulele.
Oh, sure you did.
Remember before we were married how we used to sit in the swing out on our front lawn and I'd play the uke and sing to you? Stuff like Red Wing and Pretty Baby. There's Egypt in your dreamy eyes. What's the matter? What you looking at me like that for?
McGee, give me that ukulele.
Okay, here. But it needs to be tuned up before I can expect... Hey! What's the idea of busting it up, Molly? Haven't you got any sentiment?
Not for this, huh? The only swing on the front lawn in our neighborhood belonged to that red-headed Dixon girl down the street, and that wasn't Egypt in her dreamy eyes. That was mascara. The fuzzy.
Oh, my gosh. Oh well, I never liked her very much anyway.
Honest?
Nah, her swing squeak. Hey, here's your old portable sewing machine, Molly. That's good for 30 pounds of metal.
Oh, and here's a pile of old magazines. Well, the Police Gazette.
Oh, I'll take those, Molly. I was planning on joining the police force once.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, folks. What goes on?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. We're cleaning out the hall closet. We're sorting out some things that the government can salvage.
Want to pitch in and see what you can find, Mr. Wilcox? We got everything here but the kitchen. McGee, there it is.
What?
The kitchen sink over in the corner there.
Well, darned if it ain't. Well, that's another 20 pounds of iron.
Well, I'll just go away quietly and leave you two to your memories and old umbrellas. I wouldn't want to... Oh, look at this.
What are you mooning over that for? It's just an old tin can.
Yes, but an old tin can of what? Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
But it's empty.
That's what I love about it. This empty can means that Molly has been spared hours and hours of housework. It means that her kitchen linoleum has been tenderly cared for, that its beauty and luster have been
Yes,
preserved.
but that empty can must have been around for years and years.
Swell. The longer you've been using it, the better I like it. It just goes to show that once a housewife has tried Johnson's glow coat, she keeps on. Because it's so easy to use, saves so much time and effort, conserves your energy and your property.
Hand me my hat, Molly.
Where are you going, dearie?
No place. I just want to take it off to Mr. Wilcox. There's a guy who can really dramatize a tin can. Break his commercial little heart over a pile of junk. Boy, what a performance he could put on at the city dump.
You think not? You think not? Meet me there tomorrow at 2:30.
I ever knew another man who was quite so sold on his job, McGee.
Me either. Ever notice that little bare spot in the back of his head?
Is he getting bald?
No, his hair is just worn off there. He uses a can of glow coat for a pillow. Well, come on, let's get busy. We ain't made a dent in this stuff yet. Hey, where are you going, Mom?
I'm going to put on an old house dress. This stuff is too dusty to handle. Now, you keep busy, dearie, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Boy, what a family can accumulate in a few years. What's this? What's this? Ashtray from the Sherman Hotel in Chicago. So that's where I stayed during that Legion convention. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, little girl. Now, come back later now. I'm busy.
What you doing, huh?
I'm cleaning out the closet, sis, and at the same time seeing what I can dig up that might be useful to Uncle Sam.
Oh. Hey, is Uncle Sam really our uncle, mister? Is he?
Sis? He really is, sis. And nobody ever had a better uncle. Like most relatives, he annoys us now and then, and we squawk and complain, but it don't mean anything. When we get in a jam, he's always in there to back us up, and when he gets in a mess, we rally around. He's the only rich uncle in the world that his whole family hopes he'll live forever. Now get out of the way, sis. I'm busy.
Looky, mister. Look what I found. Ice skates.
Where? Oh, them. Yeah, those used to be my ice skates, sis.
Can I have them, mister? Can I play some?
Sis, you'd be welcome to them except for 3 reasons. They won't fit you, and they're so rusty they ain't good for skating anymore. And in the third place, Uncle Sam needs them more than you do. I'm sorry.
Okay, mister. There's another reason, too.
What's that? I says, what's that?
What's what?
What's the 4th reason you don't want these skates?
That's it. I don't want them.
And why did you ask for them?
Just to see if you'd give them to me. I'd rather wait and have a good pair anyway.
What do you mean, a good pair? These were the most expensive skates I ever won, selling Larkin products door to door.
Well, I bet bet you they can't be much good, I bet you. My daddy said so.
Your daddy didn't even know I ever had a pair of skates.
Well, he must have. He said they were no good.
I don't. Now, let's get this straight. What was your immediate paternal forebear Dunn's comment regarding these mill pond moccasins?
Say that again?
I says, what did your old man say?
He said McGee's were the cheapest skates he ever saw.
The King's Men and the Village Blacksmith.
The village smithy stands by the tree. The smith, a mighty man now is he. He's busy as a big bumblebee, reshoeing horses for society. He swings and sings as the horses pass. He does because when he swings the animal chorus, all the horses laugh. For just as every dog has his day, the smith is back again now to stay. And the muscles in his hands are as strong as rubber bands. And the village smithy stands by the tree. The smithy stood for years by the tree, but now he's up in society. Since rubber went on priority, he's bigger than you figure he could be. He then leaves all the horses flat. He goes to show he's the life of every party. In the high silk hat, that money in his pants. Hey, hey, just shoeing horses got him that array. And you're gonna see his name written in the Hall of Fame. That's how famous he became by the tree. Don't recognize his friends anymore. Cause he's sprucer than he used to be before. And he's climbed, as you can guess, up the ladder of success, but keeps the same address.
Well, the truck is almost loaded, Molly. How much more stuff we got?
Well, not much. Just the old dress form and your old golf clubs and the magazine and some little stuff.
Hey, I wonder if I can't still use those golf clubs.
What was your score the last time you played?
No, I guess I don't need them anymore. Here's your dress form, Molly.
Thank you, dearie.
Boy, what a load of junk. Well, the truck is way down on the springs now. Hey, where'd that driver go?
He's out in the garage talking to Lillian.
Wonder he wouldn't stick around and lend a hand. Oh, here's the magazine.
Say, what's this thing, McGee?
Oh, that's my old steel helmet from the last war. I bet the government will be glad to. I bet the government will be glad to get that. I made it.
Well, I don't know, McGee. This helmet's got an awful dent in the top of it.
I'll say it has. That helmet saved my life in the last war.
Oh, get hit by a bullet?
No, bumped into a stump. I was crawling out of a... Oh, look who's coming. The trivia.
Oh, well, let's not get into one of those silly arguments with him, will you?
Oh, come on. Let's do him. Do him good. Hi, La Trivia.
Hello, McGee. Good day, Mr. McGee. What are you doing up in that truck?
Oh, just loading some junk into it, Mr. Mayor. We just cleaned out the closet.
Well, why doesn't McGee get up in the truck and let you hand him the thing?
Now, you mind your own business, La Trivia. Molly's the kind of woman I always like to look up to. Here, Molly. Catch. There.
Can I help?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're nearly through now.
Very well. I just came by to ask if you subscribe to Liberty Magazine.
Oh, yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. But if you're working your way through college, we'd be glad to see you.
I'm not working my way through college, Mr. McGee. I merely wish to tell you that in tomorrow's issue of Liberty, there will be a 4-page article about you and Mr. McGee.
Honest, the trivia?
As honest as it could be, I suppose, considering it's a family magazine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll be looking for it. And I might have known you weren't working your way through college.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mrs. McGee, I did work my way through college.
Interfere with your college work any, Latrice?
No, not a bit. In fact, I was particularly active in the Glee Club.
Oh, well, here we go again. So you belonged to a Glee Club, did you, Mr. Mayor? That must have been fun.
It was. We had some splendid singers.
I suppose they sang on account of being so gleeful.
No, because they belong to the Glee Club. A Glee Club is formed for the purpose of group singing.
Oh, I always sing when I'm happy to, but I don't have to belong to a club to do it, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't either, Mrs. McGee. I joined the Glee Club because I like to sing. But a Glee Club is not necessarily gleeful.
You mean they were unhappy?
Why should they be unhappy?
Why shouldn't they be?
No, they should be. I mean, no, they shouldn't be. What has their happiness got to do with it?
Now, that's a fine attitude, Latrivia. Not to care whether your own club is happy or not. Why, when I went to high school...
I am merely trying to explain that the term Glee Club has nothing to do with glee. Is that clear?
Oh, I see what you mean. Like if you belong to the Elks, you don't necessarily have to give all your friends one of your front teeth.
That's exactly what no. What I'm trying to say is that a college glee club is formed of people who like to sing.
Oh, certainly. You see, Molly, if you ain't full of glee, they won't take you in because...
Whether or not you're full of glee doesn't matter. All that matters is whether or not you can sing.
Well, it's the same thing. You can't sing unless you're gleeful.
Well, how about Lawrence Tibbett, Molly? He has to sing at concerts whether he's gleeful or not.
Yeah, but how much does he get?
Oh, up in the thousands, I guess.
And he's unhappy about that?
I didn't say he was unhappy.
But you said distinctly that Mr. Tibbett wasn't happy when he sang, and I only...
But you said he had to be gleeful.
No, McGee, I merely said that
I'll just leave you two good people to argue it out by yourselves. And don't forget the Liberty Article. A good day.
So long, Latrivia.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor. Now, look here, McGee, but I'm happy at receiving thousands of dollars of performance.
I never said no such a thing.
You did, too. You did.
No, I said that the...
Yeah, you...
Hey, what are we arguing about? Latrivia's gone.
What? Oh, heavenly days. Caught on our own hook. Well, let's get the rest of this stuff loaded, McGee.
Okay. Yeah. Is this all the stuff, Molly? Any more in the closet?
No, it's all out here, McGee. That closet was as empty as a threat to Joe Lewis's title.
Okay.
But Uncle Dennis...
Oh, Uncle Dennis. I get tired of hearing about that guy. When's he going to move out?
Now, listen, don't you talk like that about Uncle Dennis. He's never done anything to you.
No, except he eats more than Lillian and sleeps more than Rip Van Winkle. He's a regular parachute.
No, you mean parasite, dear. A parachute is a big thing that gets full of air and lets you down easy.
That's what I say. Uncle Dennis is a regular parachute. Oh, hi, Wimple.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. We'll be through here in just a minute. Hand me that last little pile of things, McGee.
Here you are.
There, now that's all. Help me down, baby.
Okay. Grab my hand. That's it.
My goodness, what on earth are you folks doing?
We just cleaned out our hall closet, Mr. Wimple. We're sending a lot of old metal and rubber and paper to the government.
Oh, that's splendid, Mrs. McGee. I went down this morning and tried to join the Marines. Sweetie Face went with me to give her consent.
Did they take you, Wimp?
No. They said my eyes were too weak, and I was anemic and underweight and overage, and I wasn't tall enough.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Wimple.
No. It came out all right. They accepted Sweetie Face.
You mean Sweetie Face is in the Marines now, Wimp?
Just as an instructor, Mr. McGee. She's going to teach them how to box and wrestle and do jiu-jitsu. She demonstrated to them how to disarm an opponent, stun him with a blow on the neck, and knock all his teeth out.
Heavenly days, that must have been impressive.
Oh, indeed it was. By the way, can you recommend a good dentist?
Go see Doc Cottam, Wimp. Tell him I sent you. So Sweetie Face used you as an example of how to treat an enemy, eh?
Oh, she certainly did, Mr. McGee. And then the recruiting officer asked Sweetie Face if she knew anything about bayonet fighting.
And what did she say?
I don't know, Mrs. McGee. I jumped out the window. Oh, but look at me, standing here gossiping when you're so busy.
Now we're all finished, Wimp. Come on in and take a look at the closet now. It's a sight for sore housekeepers. We'll show you the closet, and then maybe Molly will make us a cup of coffee.
Certainly, boys. But, McGee, I was telling you that Uncle Dennis...
Oh, skip Uncle Dennis. Come on in, Wimp.
My, this is such a peaceful house. I wish I lived here. Or someplace.
Well, now listen, anytime you want to come for a couple of weeks to heal up, Mr. Wimple, we'll be glad to have you.
Sure we will. Here, take a look at this closet, Wimp. I'm proud of
But,
this.
McGee, I told you...
I want Wimple to see the closet. Now, look, Wimp. Well, what in the...
I've been trying to tell you, McGee. I've been trying to tell you all the time. When Uncle Dennis saw that bare closet, he moved all his stuff in there.
Well, we haven't all got hall closets like the McGees, but if you're looking for ways in which you can do something right now that will help your country, listen carefully. You can turn this spring house cleaning into direct aid for all-out production by very carefully salvaging from your attic and basement all discarded articles made with rubber or metal, as well as old rags and scrap paper. Rubber and scrap metal are most important. 29 pounds of old rubber will make a life raft for a Navy plane. 12 pounds of scrap metal is half the steel needed for a small machine gun. That's important, isn't it? Sort out all discarded tools, old tire chains, batteries, pieces of pipe, anything made of metal that you can't use. Sort out old rubber tires, torn boots or overshoes, hot water bottles, bath mats. Sort out old clothing, rags of all kinds, waste paper and cartons. Send them to your local junk collector or give them to a charitable organization that's collecting such material. Remember, rubber and scrap metal are most important right now. Your government is asking your help. Make this spring house cleaning your special contribution to victory.
Job is done, and you certainly have worked hard, McGee. I'll say that for you.
I'll say that for me, too.
You look tired, dearie.
Yeah.
Say, why don't you go down to the Elks Gymnasium and get yourself a massage?
Oh, I can't, Molly. The masseur joined the Army.
He did? I thought he was way over age.
Well, he is, but I guess the government wants any old rubber it can get.
Oh.
Huh?
I said, oh.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, all right.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Blow, Gabriel, Blow. Today is Pan American Day, set aside to mark the friendly relationship and active cooperation of the 21 nations of North and South America. We salute those allies and friends. More power to them. By the way, did you know that one of the chief ingredients of Johnson's wax and Johnson's Glow Coat comes from South America, from Brazil? Yes, one of the principal exports from Brazil to this country is carnauba wax, obtained from the carnauba palm tree. In Johnson's product, this is skillfully blended with other ingredients to produce a polish that gives long-wearing protection and greater beauty to your floors, furniture, and linoleum. So every time you polish these with Johnson's wax products, you not only protect them and save yourself work, you also contribute to the mutually beneficial trade between this country and Brazil. By an odd coincidence, it's April in Wistful Vista, as it is in so many other places. And this is the day of the Spring Festival and Parade. There's a tradition that all parades must be led by a man on a white horse. Mr. McGee is the only man in town who owns a white horse. Guess who's going to be Grand Marshal? And here at the costumers, waiting to get their parade outfits, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
So you've definitely decided on wearing a Western costume again?
Absolutely. Looks swell, too. Me in a sombrero, chaps, and a silver-mounted Western saddle. I got a silver-mounted bridle for Lillian, too.
Well, that won't fool anybody, McGee. Lillian is too fat to look like a cow pony. She's more cow than pony.
Don't worry. She'll look Western, all right. Why, she's even got a brand on her left hip.
Since when?
Since last night. I done it with indelible ink.
Well, what's your brand, partner?
C-bar-F.
C-bar-F.
Yeah, in honor of Uncle Dennis. C-bar-F. Confirmed bar fly. And when I ride...
Excuse me, can I help you in any way?
Yes, you can use your influence, if any, and cancel this whole parade.
She's kidding, Bud. We're leading the festival parade today, and we want to rent some costumes.
I see. Will you be riding on one of the floats?
I will. McGee will be floating on one of the rides.
She's still kidding. I'm riding my white horse, Bud.
In that case, a suit of armor might be rather effective.
Say, it might at that. How would I be as a knight, Molly?
Well, I think the combination of a knight and a mare would be too appropriate, dearie. You better go Western.
Okay, you got any Western outfits, Bud?
Oh, indeed we have, sir. Now, let me see. You'll need chaps and boots, vest, checkered shirt, scarf, and a 10-gallon hat. What hat size, sir?
7.
Oh, I'm afraid we haven't got a size 7 in a 10-gallon hat.
Well, give him one 5-gallon hat and one 2-gallon hat. That's 7.
It's very amusing, madam. However, I can get one from our East Side branch, I think.
Swell. Send that Western outfit out to Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista, will you, Bud? Right away?
Yes, sir. And now, what kind of a costume for the lady?
Oh, so you two lads have finally got around to me. Well, now, isn't that sweet?
How about a beautiful Juliet costume, madam? Gold spangles, gold slippers, little Juliet cap with sequins. Quite charming.
Oh, sounds good to me, Molly. I like dresses with sequences down the back.
Oh, I don't know, dearie. I don't think I'm quite the Juliet type. The only balcony scene I ever made was when I dropped my purse on a man's head at the Bijou Theater.
How about a little Bo Peep costume, madam? Cotton pinafore, picture hat, ballet slippers, and a crook.
What was that, Bud?
Nothing personal, dearie. A crook is one of those long button hooks that shepherds carry. Didn't you ever heard sheep?
Why, sure I've heard sheep. They go bang. What's that got to do with him calling me names?
A crook is merely the term for a sheep herder's staff, sir. You see, in herding sheep...
Never mind. I'll explain it to him later. Just send the Bo Peep costume out with his thing.
Yes, certainly, madam. I'll make up the costumes immediately.
Well, I guess that's all, Molly. Boy, this is going to be fun. I can hardly wait till... Oh, look who's just come in. Uppington.
Is she in this parade, too?
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably riding on a float for the Loyal Order of Moose.
Well, how could she? She doesn't belong to them.
Well, I ain't sure of her loyalty, but she's sure built on the Order of a Moose.
In fact, that old move... Oh, hi, Effie.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee? How do you do, my dear?
Hello, Abigail. Don't tell me you're riding in this parade, too.
Oh, indeed I am, my dear. The Women's Club has a float ended, and I am riding on it as Paul Revere.
Oh, Paul Revere. Well, looky here. Oh, boy.
Isn't that wonderful? I shall wear shoes with silver buckles, white stockings, ruffled breeches, and a three-cornered hat.
Oh, that's funny. When I was a kid, I wore just the opposite, a ruffled hat and three-cornered breeches.
You little rascal, you. Oh, you do say the wittiest things. But tell me, what costumes are you wearing?
Well, McGee is wearing a cowboy's outfit, and I'm going as Little Bo Peep. We've got a sulky all decorated with paper flowers, and Lillian will pull the sulky with McGee on her back.
Oh, how utterly delightful. I imagine Mr. McGee will look very dashing as a cow striker.
Puncher, Effie. Cow puncher. And when I get into that outfit, I'll bet... Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter, dearie? Are you ill?
Oh, good heavens, how pale he is. Oh, sit down, Mr. McGee.
No, I'm all right, girls. I just thought so.
Well, heavenly days, it can't be that bad. What is it?
Wait a minute. Hey, Bud, come here a minute.
Yes, sir. Did you wish to speak to me, Mr. McGee?
Yeah, come here a minute. Look.
Oh, yes, sir. Indeed, they do.
Ah, boy. Is that a load off my mind?
What was it, Mr. McGee? Really, I have never seen anyone look so perturbed.
What do you want to know, McGee?
Well, I was just checking out. Them cowboy chaps I'm going to wear, they're awful open in places.
Yeah.
I didn't know if cowboys wore pants under them or not. But they do. Well, come on, Molly. I'll see you later, Paul. Did you get the sulky all decorated?
Yes, I did, McGee. And if I never see another paper petunia, it'll be too soon. Did you curry Lillian?
Yes, I did. And she's as nervous as a cat. Ah, but I like a horse with spirit. I hope she acts kind of skittish in the parade.
Well, I don't. Remember, I'll be right behind you in that oversized go-kart. And don't go showing off your horsemanship.
Don't worry. I know how to ride. Someday you know what I'm going to do?
Certainly, but what's a little fall off a horse?
Someday I'm going to teach Lillian to kneel down when I mount and dismount. I knew a guy that taught his horse that once. Just touched him on the foreleg with his riding crop, and the horse had kneeled down. Ah, poor old Hank.
Why, poor old Hank?
He was riding through a creek one day, and a floating stick hit his horse on the knee. The horse knelt down, and poor old Hank got drowned. I haven't seen him since. Hey, ain't it about time our costumes got here? It's almost... That must be them now. Come in.
Hey, wahoo! Any of you cowhands order some Western clothes?
Hey, now don't make so much noise, Mr. Oldtimer. You don't have to come bursting in here like hop-along casserole.
That's Cassidy, Molly.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cassidy.
Don't mention it, daughter. Hey, I ain't Cassidy. He means Hopalong is Cassidy.
Oh.
You got my Western outfit there, Old-Timer? Oh, yeah. Thanks very much.
Don't mention it, Johnny. What you gonna do with it? Run away from home and join the Texas Rangers?
Nope, I'm going to be Grand Marshal this afternoon, Old-Timer. Going to put a saddle on Lillian and ride her in the parade.
Well, I'm glad that's all there is to it, kids. I was afraid Johnny was really going out west. Pretty dangerous life out there.
What's dangerous about it?
Well, my papa's out there near Dallas, and he's been laid up now for 3 weeks with blisters all over the palms of his hands.
Well, what on earth happened to him?
Works on a dude ranch out there, daughter. Yeah. And in the evening by the campfire, he had to sing Deep in the Heart of Texas so often he clapped his hands into a pulp.
If he was such a success, they should have held him over. The campfire.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller. You saving enough out of your living expenses to buy United States war savings stamps? No, says t'other feller. No, says the first feller. No, says t'other feller. I'm just saving enough out of my war savings stamp money for living expenses. Well, I'll be looking for in the parade, kid. I'll be on the roof of the First National Bank building.
Oh, say now, wait a minute. They tore that building down last week, Mr. Oldtimer.
What? They did? Much obliged, daughter. By cracky, you saved me a nasty fall.
Well, here's the costumes, Molly. We better be getting dressed.
All right, and I hope I won't feel too silly in a little Bo Peep costume.
Oh, you look cute. Personally, I'm going to get a great kick out of masquerading as a 4-bit Callahan.
A 4-bit Callahan?
Yeah, that's a half a buckaroo. Now, let me see. First, the boots. Hey, look. They sent me women's boots. These have got high heels.
Go on. All cowboys wear high-heel boots, foolish.
They do? I wonder if they paint their toenails, too. Maybe if I slip them over on the...
Hello, folks. Say, is it true that you're leading the parade this afternoon?
That's right, Mr. Wilcox. McGee is going to ride Lillian, and I'll ride in the sulky behind him.
I'm wearing a cowboy outfit, Harlow. I'll wave my lorgnette at you as I ride by.
Your what?
My lorgnette. You know, the rope that us cowboys use to lasso cows.
That's a lariat, McGee.
Huh?
A lorgnette is a pair of glasses on a stick that society ladies look through when they don't want to recognize somebody they know.
Well, besides, Fibber, you won't wave at me. I'm in the parade, too.
You are? You playing in the Drum and Bugle Corps?
No, the Johnson's Wax people have entered a float in the parade.
Really, Mr. Wilcox? What kind of a float is it?
It's allegorical.
Hey, that's a marvelous idea, Harlow. Where'd you get the alligators?
Say, McGee, you're awfully dense today. Allegorical means symbolic.
Yes, our float symbolizes modern housekeeping. Shall I describe it?
Can we stop it?
No.
That's what I thought. Go ahead.
Well, the whole float is a giant replica of a container of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. On one side, a banner says no rubbing, and on the other side, no buffing.
Isn't that wonderful?
Say, wouldn't it be cute to have a little boot black with a bath towel in one hand and a shoe in the other?
Meaning what?
It shines as it dries?
No.
Okay.
Then we have a beautiful girl dressed as a chic little housewife, dressed to go out to the movies or shopping or somewhere. We got a professional model for that.
But who'd you get to take the part of the chic?
McGee, what makes you so dumb? He meant chick. That's French for ducky.
Certainly. Then in the back, there's a huge alarm clock with the minute hand pointing to 20, meaning the glow coat dries to a mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less. Of course, the whole floor of the float is covered with a beautiful, gleaming linoleum. No kidding, it's going to be a very effective float.
But what are you going to do, Harlow?
I'm going to drive it.
You mean you're going to drive it and play the cymbals at the same time?
Who said anything about playing the cymbals?
You said it was symbolic, didn't you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. It's no wonder they asked you to lead the parade. You can't even follow an idea.
What's he getting so fine-haired about?
Well, now, he thought you were making fun of him, you know. Don't forget, he takes his work very seriously.
I know that. Any guy that has his bedroom ceiling covered with linoleum, so it's the last thing he sees at night and the first thing in the morning, has got my deep... Hey, didn't that costume company send me a sombrero?
Of course they did. It's over there by the wastebasket.
Which one is the wastebasket?
The one with all the tissue paper in it is the hat.
Oh. How's it look on me, Molly?
Well, frankly, dearie, you look like a grasshopper under a mushroom. No wonder cowboys always sing such lonesome songs.
What do you mean?
Well, with a hat like that, nobody can get near them.
Oh, you just ain't used to it. The reason that... Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. What goes?
I beg your pardon?
What's pretty in the city? What fries with the guys? What do you know that ain't so?
Don't be so slangy, McGee. What he means, Mr. Mayor, is what's cooking.
Well, I see. I'm afraid I'm not quite up on the modern idiom.
Who's a modern idiom? Now you look here.
Now, just a minute, please. I just wanted to be sure you were familiar with the route of the parade.
Well, I think we are, but maybe you better run over it again to make sure, Mr. Mayor, if you have time.
I'll take time. Though I have been so busy making my belt buckle speech at different places, I haven't been able to devote much thought to this parade.
What you mean, belt buckle speech, Latrivia?
About our war effort, McGee. I talk to people in offices and factories and schools. I tell them that if we expect our boys to belt those Japs over there, we have to buckle down and work over here.
Good.
The whole purpose of my talks, of course, is to make people realize that this war won't be won simply by giving up 2 golf balls, a new inner tube, and a teaspoonful of sugar. This thing involves everything we have and everything we are. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And by George, if a nation of freedom-loving mechanical geniuses can't smack the kimonos off a gang of little thieves who couldn't invent a dollar watch on their own, we're not the people I think we are, and I think we are. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to make a speech here. Now, about the route of this parade. We start at 14th and Oak Street.
And go east?
No, we go west, young man. We go west to Maple, then 10 blocks south to McKinley.
I thought we went south to Adams.
No, McKinley. Then east to Washington, north to Monroe.
Don't you mean Madison?
No, Monroe.
How can we go north to Monroe? It's an east and west street.
My goodness, is it? Yes, it is. I don't know what... Oh, but I merely said we go north to Monroe, not on it.
Oh, then we don't go on Monroe.
No. Yes, you do, too. North on Washington to Monroe. And then...
Well, I still don't know how we can go north on an east and west street.
Well, for that matter, if we go west on Adams, which is a north and south street, we'll wind up on an east and west street, which will be Washington going east. And it's a one-way street going west. How do you explain that, Latrivia?
I didn't say we went west on Adams. I said Washington was... I mean, if the parade goes north to Monroe... I mean, Adams... We can... Now, wait a minute. If we go east on Madison...
You mean south?
South on Madison... No, east on Madison. Then west to,
Quincy.
West to Quincy. Oh, wait a minute. No. Who said anything about Quincy?
Molly did, just now.
Well, we don't go to Quincy. Quincy is way down on the south side.
Well, how on earth did we get clear down there? If we go south on Monroe...
We don't go south on Monroe. We go west on Monroe. I mean east. No, I mean south. I mean, if we take Washington to Adams, we... Take it any way you want to. And don't bring it back!
The King's Men singing Keeping Our Big Mouths Shut.
This is no time for idle chatter, 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 chatter. This is no time to go and blab, blah, blah, blah. This is not the time to whisper. This is the time to stow the gap. He's a nice friendly chap, but he might tell a Jap with a radio set in his hut. So watch out what you say, we can help out this way, keeping our big mouth shut. Don't forget pretty eyes could be winking at spies while you're dancing and singing hot sut. Don't go dishing the dirt, just be on the alert, keeping our big mouth shut. Keep it shut, keep it shut, keep it shut. We've got a brand new slogan, so keep it on your mind. For the slips of a lip might sink a big battleship, the sailor boys of yours and mine. So don't be gossipy Joe, bragging about what you know. Keep old Adolf clear off of his nut. We can help Uncle like the Sphinx, keeping our big mouths shut. You say you like chin music, then buy a piccolo chime and begin. But when you meet with a chap who wants to shoot off his trap, button up his lip and grin. Don't be gossipy Joe, bragging about what you know. Keep old Adolf clear off of his nut. We can help Uncle Sam and stay out of a jam, keeping our great big mouth shut.
Well, how do I look in my costume, Molly? Like an old Callahan from the Rio Grande?
No, you look more like a jockey from old Milwaukee. Why the rubber boots? Is that a Western effect?
Oh, them cowboy boots hurt my feet. Besides, they got those high heels, and I kept falling over on my face.
Oh, that's bad.
Say, you look swell in that little Bo Peep dress, Molly.
You really think so?
Yeah, honest. Very becoming. One of the cutest little...
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Can't talk to you very long, I'm afraid, Wimple, old man. We're leading the big parade this afternoon, you know.
Yes, I know, Mr. McGee. I asked Sweetie Face if I could go downtown and watch the parade, and she said yes if I got my work done in time.
What work, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, she has me washing the windows today, Mrs. McGee.
Well, that shouldn't ought to take very long, Wimp.
It does when I do it her way, with a piece of wet cotton on a toothpick.
Heavenly days, what on earth is the idea of that?
Punishment, Mrs. McGee. Just punishment. I was naughty this morning.
Were you really, Wimp? What'd you do, sneak out and inhale a cubeb?
No, Mr. McGee. At breakfast this morning, she told me to eat all the crust off my toast, or I wouldn't have curly hair. And when she turned her back, I made a face at her.
Well, that was safe enough, wasn't it?
That's when I thought, Mrs. McGee. But she saw my face in the coffee pot.
And then what?
And then I saw the coffee pot in my face.
Oh, you poor lad. Was the coffee hot?
That's what Sweetie Face asked me afterwards. I said I didn't think it was so hot this morning, and that started it all over again.
Well, it's too bad you won't be able to see the parade, Wimp. It's going to be pretty impressive.
Oh, I'm sure it will be, Mr. McGee. But maybe I can see it sometime in the newsreels.
Well, I hope so. At least your wife lets you go to the movies now and then, doesn't she?
Yes, on very rare occasions. I haven't been for quite a while now, though.
You haven't?
No. My, wasn't Ben Hill wonderful the way he drove that train? But I mustn't keep you any longer. You only have a half an hour before the parade starts.
Yes, I'm sorry we have more time to talk, Mr. Wimple. Drop in again soon some evening, won't
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. I'll try to, though I'm usually pretty well tied up evening.
Doing what?
Oh, just lying there, tied up.
Poor little fella. You know, someday he's going to revolt, and I hate to think what'll happen then.
So do I. She'll kill him. He's one of the most infected. Hey, look what time it is. We got to get going.
Oh, heavenly days, I'll say we have. Run out and hitch Lillian up to the sulky, McGee.
Oh, you okay? No, you run out and hitch her up, Molly. I got to fix this scarf around my neck.
What's the matter with it? Looks very Western to me.
It's too loose. It tickles my neck. I'd be a fine parade marshal riding along giggling and snickering.
Well, all right, but hurry up now. And if I need any help with the harness, I'll call you, dear.
Okay. I better practice walking bow-legged, too, while I'm at it. Say, I bet cowboys play a wonderful game of leapfrog. Maybe I could promote a team. No, for the... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Now, look, I haven't got time to talk now. I'm marshal of the parade, and I got to get going in just a minute. I says I'm marshal of the parade, and I got to get going.
How far do you have to march, mister? How far do you?
I don't have to march. I ride my horse.
Oh. Well, if you don't have to march, why do they call you Marshmallow?
That's a silly question, sis. Just because they call a fish perch, that don't mean he has a canary sitting on his back.
Why?
Why what?
Hmm?
Huh?
I bet they don't either.
You bet they don't what?
Hmm?
I says what that... Now, look, sis, will you do something for me?
Is there any compensation in it, mister?
What do you mean, compensation?
No.
Why, you little... Yes. Yes, there is. I'll give you a dime.
All righty. What do you want me to do?
Take a pair of shoes downtown for me.
Okay, where are they?
You got 'em on. Goodbye, sis. It's a dirty trick, but justified under the circumstances. Now, let me see. Here's my sombrero, my gun, my cartridge belt. Guess that's everything. Hey, is that you, Molly?
Yes, dearie, it's me.
Uh-huh.
And I'm all ready to go.
Fine.
You better call the taxi.
Taxi? What taxi?
The one we're riding in the parade.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Molly? We're riding Lillian.
Oh, no, we're not.
What? Why not?
Lower your voice, dearie.
Huh?
Lillian has just become a mother.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Thousands of women all over the country have already signed the Consumer's Pledge, sponsored by the government's Consumer Division. If you haven't seen one, this is how the pledge reads. I will buy carefully. I will take good care of the things I have. I will waste nothing. The makers of Johnson's Wax are very proud that their products can play a part in helping you keep this very worthy pledge. An easy way to take good care of the things you have is to protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork with regular applications of Johnson's Wax. In fact, there are over 100 protective uses for this famous wax polish in your home. Wax your windowsills, your Venetian blinds, shoes, luggage, refrigerator, metal furniture, and all chrome surfaces. You'll find Johnson's paste or liquid wax equally good for all these purposes. Paste or liquid, it's the same fine product, and in either form, it's very easy to use.
Did you go out and see Lillian's new baby?
Yeah, cute little cuss, ain't he? Did Uncle Dennis see it?
No, but I ran up and told him.
Oh, what'd he say?
He said, what color is it?
And what'd you say?
I said black and white.
And what'd he say?
Make mine the same.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Who Cares? Last night, I read an interesting advertisement by a tire company telling car owners how to take better care of their tires to make them last. This seemed to me to be very helpful advertising. And it suggested to me to make sure that every car owner also knows how easily he can take better care of the finish of his automobile with Johnson's Car New. Cleaning and polishing a car used to be a big job, one of those all-day or at least half-day affairs. But Car New has done away with most of that hard work because Car New both cleans and polishes in one application. Two jobs at once in quick time. Car New is a liquid polish. You massage it lightly over the car finish, let it dry, wipe it off. It cleans amazingly, brings back your car's original showroom shine. If you want added protection for that cleaning finish, if you want to save money on car washing, you can apply a coat of wax, too. But first, do a double cleaning and polishing job with Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
Take Me Out to the Ball Game used to be a very popular song, particularly with Mrs. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista, who at this very moment is singing the old refrain to her husband as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, why don't you want to take me out the ball game? It's the opening game of the season today, and I love baseball.
Molly, I called up and the park is sold out.
Oh, what a man of your influence. Huh? You always said you could get in any place you wanted to, one way or another.
I can, too. Oh, I can get in all right, but I wouldn't ask you to smuggle yourself into the ballpark in a beer truck.
Oh, McGee, come on. What are you president of the Chamber of Commerce for if you can't even get tickets to a ball game?
Tickets? Me go to a ball game on a ticket?
Why not?
If I can't get in on a pass, I won't go. Only the common people buy tickets.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm a common people, and I want to see that ball game.
Oh, gee whiz, Molly, I don't quite see how
McGee, I'm challenging you.
You are, huh?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're as good as in. Where do you want to sit?
Well, it doesn't matter. I stand up all the time anyway. I can holler better that way. Now, how do we get here?
Oh, I don't know. The details ain't important, but we'll be there. Don't worry.
McGee, at times like this, I almost admire you.
Well, how do you think I got where I am today? If I didn't have imagination and stamina.
I don't know. Where are you? Say, and look, you better get busy now. The game's this afternoon, you know. And I hope Zernicke pitches.
Who?
Zernicke. You know, the southpaw that Wistful Vista bought for $3,000 and a shortstop from the Akron Nationals, and who spent 4 years in the minors trying to straighten out his fast drop. You know Zernicke.
I'm afraid I haven't followed the game as close as you, Molly. This Zernicke is pretty good, eh?
Good. Why, he's a sidewinding sensation. Huh? He's got a curve that would fool a slow-motion camera, and he steals bases like the Invisible Man. He's 29 years old, and he has a batting average of .367. Born in Janesville, Ohio, and has a small mole on his left shoulder.
What was his grandmother's maiden name?
Princess Purple Prairie Dog. She was an Indian girl.
You seem to be kind of up on your baseball, Molly.
I ought to be. I've been following baseball ever since I was old enough to throw a pop bottle. Remember before we were married, dearie?
If that's Judge Landis wanting some information, what'll I tell him?
Tell him he rang the right bell.
Okay. Come in.
Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington. Hello, Abigail.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee? And Miss McGee.
What's new, Mrs. Hughes?
Well, I just stopped by to see if you could use a couple of tickets to the baseball game. I'm so busy I won't be able to go, so I thought you might use them.
Oh, heavenly days. Thank you, Abigail.
Yeah, what'd I tell you, Molly? There's a power that watches over me. You see, Uppy, I promised Molly I'd get her into the game today, and when you came along and give us tickets for that...
Well, these tickets are for Thursday's game, Mr. McGee. What power is watching over you today?
Think fast, Mastermind.
I'll go under my own power today.
Why can't you go to the game, Abigail?
Oh, nice club work, you know, Mr. McGee. We have a guest for luncheon today who is going to talk to us about China.
Oh, that ought to be interesting.
Oh, sure. Fascinating. How you gals can sit there, Uppy, and listen to a lot of burble about how to paint forget-me-nots and cups and saucers when there's so much going on in the world today.
Yes, Mr. McGee. As usual, you have taken a running jump to an incorrect conclusion. Our guest is not speaking about cups and saucers. He represents the United China Relief, for which our organization is helping to raise a very necessary $7 million fund.
You'd better blush, me.
I'm sorry, Uppy. Well, I've got my neck out. Would you mind looking to see if I need a haircut?
You do.
Thanks.
Say, what about this United China Relief, Abigail?
Well, Mr. McGee, China didn't want this war any more than we did.
No.
It was forced upon both of us. America and China are fighting the same gangster nations for the same ideals. Peace and honor and personal freedom. But China has been fighting our fight for 5 years, and now they need help. They need $7 million urgently for civilian morale, medical and food supplies. And I think it's up to us to help by subscribing generously to the United China Relief. We owe it to them, as we owe certain things to Japan, and I think they will both be paid. Goodbye.
don't you feel just a little sheepish, dearie?
I sure do. If I felt any more sheepish, I'd rent myself out to jump over fences for people with insomnia. Yeah. I didn't know she was doing such good work.
Indeed she is. She's doing a lot. You know, she gives 5 days a week to the Red Cross, 1 day to canteen work, and she's bought $40,000 worth of United States war savings bonds.
I think I felt proud when I turned in that old toothpaste tube last night. Well, it just goes to show one never can tell from where one sits how wrinkled one's pants are going to look when one stands up. You sit on the davenport, and I'll sit in the big chair here. I like to sit here because the ashtrays...
No, I don't mean where we're going to sit here. I mean out of the ball game.
Oh, go ahead. Well, there's no rush. We still got 2 hours, and we can get there in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but it may take us an hour to find a hole in the fence.
What do you mean, a hole in the fence? I says I'd get you into the ball game, and by the 40 flutes of the Philadelphia Philharmonic, I'll get you into the ball game. Now, just take it easy, Molly. I'm not...
Come in.
Hello there, kid. I brought you something.
Much obliged, old-timer, but what is it?
Sack of alfalfa.
Huh?
It's for Lillian's baby. I didn't think he'd want a red or a silver cup with his initials on it, so I'll bring him this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. This is very thoughtful of you.
How's the kid doing?
Well, it's going to be a fine horse when he grows up. Might make a racehorse out of it.
Good for you, Johnny. Leave me alone, I'll help you train him.
Oh. Do you know something about training racehorses, Mr. Oldtimer?
Do either of you kids?
No.
Yes, sir, I sure do. You know that all the big racehorses have a mascot that lives in the stable with them, a dog or a cat or goat or rooster or something.
Oh, yes, I've heard that.
Well, I was a mascot for a horse named Chester's Baby down in Louisville. Lived right there in the stable with him.
How'd you ever get a job like that?
No, I was just a stable boy at first, Johnny. Then the owner seen he needed a mascot, so we told the trainer, grab that old goat over there and put him in the store. The trainer was nearsighted and grabbed me. Natural mistake. I won the field then.
Quite a career, Mr. Oldtimer. Roommate for a racehorse, huh?
We were more than roommates, Cutter. We were sidekicks. He'd kick me in the back, and I'd kick him in the side.
Learn these hay, old-timer?
Nope. 2 tippy feet in a bunch, and one straw at a time don't give enough nourishment. I'm like you, Johnny. I stick to the old corn. Well, call me if you need a good trainer.
By the way, dearie, did you go out and feed Lillian and her baby?
Sure, and you know what? That colt understands Chinese.
Yeah. What are you talking about? That horse is as American as baked beans.
I don't care. He knows Chinese. I was trying to think of a good name for him this morning, so I thought I'd try a few. And the one that got the best reaction was going to be the name.
And what was the name?
Well, sir, I tried Alfred and Homer and William and Bert and Paul and Cecil and Leonard and Sidney and all stuff like that there. So I was a little horse myself. And all they'd do is Lillian would look at the colt, and the colt would look at Lillian, and they'd kind of shake their head. So I got disgusted and says, "Ah, phooey." And they both started squealing. I tell you, that horse is Chinese.
Well, this isn't getting us to the ball game now. Don't forget to promise to take...
Mind shooting?
Oh, not a bit, Mr. Wilcox, not a bit.
No, I was just getting ready to take Molly to the ball game.
Oh, are you a fan, Molly?
Well, yes, in a way, Mr. Wilcox.
In a way. Say, I'll bet she could tell you who the leading pitcher was in 1905.
What league?
American.
Rube Waddell, Athletics, 127, lost 10.
See?
Why, that's wonderful, Molly. You know, I used to play a little baseball myself.
Did you really, Mr. Wilcox? What did you bat?
Right-handed.
He means your batting average, Wilcox. See, even I know that.
Oh, well, I never figured it out. I pitched for the salesman's team of the Johnson Company back in Racine, Wisconsin. Been a big help to me ever since, too.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, Molly. You shouldn't have asked that.
Why not?
Why, that's the same as giving Lillian a handful of hay to keep for you overnight. But it's too late now. Why, Mr. Wilcox, did your baseball experience help you later on?
Well, I'm still on the home team, you know. Still in there pitching. Telling housewives they'll never get to first base with old-fashioned methods of rubbing and scrubbing linoleum.
See what I meant, Molly?
Why, a short stop at your dealer's for a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat will result in a home run with efficiency and economy. You can just see Pop fly home to get a look at that gorgeous kitchen floor. Gleaming like a diamond. With no rubbing and no buffing, you'll get your innings with more outings, because Glow Coat saves you so much time and energy. Pitch your old mop tail out the window, girls, and get some Johnson's Glow Coat right off the bat.
Listen to old Gabby Hartnett Wilcox. All the baseball he ever played was for a handful of salesmen.
Didn't you ever try the big leagues, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, once, but I quit after one season.
What for?
Well, the club started playing night games, and I never was one to play around in nightclubs. Well, I'll see you later.
Say, why didn't you ask him what he could do towards getting us into the game this afternoon, McGee?
He hasn't got any drag, except with housewives. If I wanted a piece of sponge cake or something, I'd go to him. But for ball games and stuff, we got to contact the sporting element. Now, let me see. I think a better way for us...
Come in. Oh, hello, Mayor Latrivia.
Hi, Latriv. I'm glad you were in.
Good day, Mr. McGee. Oh, why are you glad, McGee?
I wanted to talk to you about the ball game. You see,
that's odd. I'm on my way out there very shortly. It's getting so much warmer. I wondered if you'd mind if I left my top coat here. I don't like to leave it in my car.
Oh, of course, Mr. Mayor. Are you a baseball fan?
Not much, I'm afraid. The last game I saw in Chicago in about 1919. I remember that because it was my birthday, June 17th.
June 17th, 1919. Then you saw Francis Britt.
I did?
Of course you did. That was his first major league game. McGraw sent him in the ninth inning to bat for Hal King against Clover Cleveland Alexander. Paxford was playing center field for Chicago.
Good heavens, woman. How do you remember all that?
Why, everybody knows that.
Ain't she wonderful, the trivia? Who won the World Series in 1912, Molly?
Boston. Boston 4 games, New York 3 games, 1 tie game.
Amazing.
It's no such a thing, really. I just take an interest in the game.
Didn't you ever play baseball in college, Chris?
No, I was more inclined toward mental work, McGee. You see, I specialized in lit.
In what?
Lit.
You were? All the time?
Were what?
Lit.
Of course not. Lit is merely the abbreviation for literature.
Just the same, I should think you'd have to have a...
I did.
Well, how could you? Lit all the time.
Lit all the time. I was a very obedient young man.
Well, I should think you would be with all those professors around. I'd be trying to have to catch on.
Catch on to what?
You know, you being lit.
I tell you that lit stands for literature.
Yes, but the literary guy stands for you being lit.
Can't you get it through your head, McGee? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What was that for?
I promised. Next time we got into one of these things, I told myself I would not give way to anger. Besides, I have a mission to perform this afternoon. I wish to present as cheerful a face as public as possible. I wish to present...
What's the mission, Mr. Mayor?
As mayor, I have to throw out the first ball.
I thought you never played baseball.
That's correct. I never did.
You know how to throw, Mr. Latrivia?
Oh, I fancy I shall make out all right, Mr. McGee. One just raises one's arm like this, and...
No. Look, Latrivia. Stand sideways, like this. Then wind up a little. Hey, wait a minute.
McGee, where are you going?
I'm going to find my baseball and catcher's mitt. Then I'm going to take Latrivia out in the backyard and show him how to toss a baseball. I ain't going to have our mayor disgrace himself out there at the ballpark.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, this is very decent of you, I'm sure.
Not at all. We ought to whistle business. Did you find your ball, dearie?
No, but I think I know right where it is.
Where?
Right here in the hall closet.
My. Don't things accumulate fast?
The King's Men and Blues in the Night.
My mammy done told me when I was in deep past. My mammy done told me a woman will sweet talk and give you the big eye. But when that sweet talk is done, a woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing will leave you to sing the blues in the night. Now the rain is falling, hear the train a calling, hooey, hooey, hooey. Hear the lonesome whistle, blowing past the trestle, hooey, hooey, hooey. A hooey's a hooey. Oh, clickety-clack is echoing back the blues in the night. The evening breeze will come. From Memphis to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the four winds may blow. I've been to some big towns, yes, sir, and heard me some big talk. He said, but there is one thing I know. A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing will leave you to sing the blues in the night. My mammy done told me so. And brother, I tell you, so help me, I got the blues in the night.
Okay, Latrivia, you're catching on pretty good. Now throw me a fast one.
All right, McGee. Here it comes.
That's better, much better. How's he doing, Molly?
I don't know why you're keeping him at it, dearie. He does all right. The poor man's so tired he can hardly stand up.
Ah, it's good. How you feeling, Latrivia?
Pretty tired, McGee. Haven't you got another catcher's mitt? That ball's pretty hard. My hand's getting blistered. How's it close?
Gee, I'm sorry, Latrivia. This is the only mitt I got. Anyway, a politician who can't close his hand might be a very good thing. All right, let's try it again. Here she comes.
McGee, now you can throw better than that. You didn't come anywhere near him. He's had to tag every one of those throws.
I know. I'm limbering him up.
Yeah. Oh, look, McGee. There's Uncle Dennis upstairs in the window. He's been watching you and the mayor.
Yeah, look at him, licking his chops.
Well, what's that for?
Those last three, Latrivia tossed for high ball. Okay, Latrivia, let me have another one now. And remember what I've been telling you. Wind up.
Like this?
Yeah, only don't raise your hand like you were going to slap somebody's sassy face. Swing your arm out more to the side.
Well, McGee, I'll try it again. I'm just very tired.
Oh, come on now, Mr. Mayor. Right over the plate.
What place?
Never mind. Just throw it, Latrivia. And remember the instructions.
Wind up, throw your left leg up for balance, bring your arm way back, and then kind of push the ball at me. Ready? Ah, that's much better, Latrivia. Much better. You can put your left leg down again now. Here it comes.
Say, he catches pretty good, McGee, considering he does it with his eyes shut.
Now I ain't through with it. Okay, Latrivia. Ready? No. Keep swinging that arm. You don't want to get cooled off. Come on now, try it again.
You ready, McGee?
Shoot the spear to me, dear.
Now, that was very good.
Yes, it was, Latrivia. I only had to run 7 or 8 feet for that one. At least you'll be able to keep the ball in the ballpark. Now let's try it another 15 or 20 minutes, and then I think...
Oh, look, McGee.
Huh?
Here comes Mr. Wimple. Maybe you better rest a few minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Good heavens, I hadn't realized that baseball was such a strenuous game. I'm just about... Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Stace. Good afternoon, Mr. Wimple.
Want to play a little ball with us for a while, Wimp?
Oh, no, thank you. I really had all the baseball I wanted yesterday. Sweetie Face's brother was over at our house, and they were playing catch with me.
Did you use a hard ball like this one, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, they didn't use the ball. They were playing catch with me.
Heavenly days, that must have been fairly rough, Mr. Wimple.
I didn't mind, Mrs. McGee. But when Cyrus, that's Sweetie Face's brother, when Cyrus suggested that you get a bat and knock a few flies to Sweetie Face to first, I just ran like you did.
You ever meet Sweetie Face, Latrivia?
No, I don't believe I ever have.
I don't believe she goes out much. Does she, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, yes, quite a bit. In fact, Sweetie Face loves to get out and mangle with people.
You mean mingle?
Oh, I do I?
This wife of yours must be quite a character, Mr. Wimple.
She really is, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, now, let's not all talk about her like that. She isn't so bad. She even feels terrible after she keeps me begging.
She does?
Oh, yes, indeed. Why, just this morning, she was down on her knees to me, just begging.
Oh, not really.
Really, Mrs. McGee? Down on her knees with a flat iron, just begging me to come out from under the house. I won't interrupt you any longer. I have to be getting down to jail.
Jail? What you going to jail for, Wimp?
I'm going to be locked up. I called them and told them I was coming.
Oh, but what on earth did you do?
I just slugged Sweetie Face with a baseball bat.
Good heavens, man.
Did you hurt her?
No, that's why I want to be locked up.
Shall we go on with the lessons, Mr. Latrivia?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind, though I really do appreciate this, McGee. It was very sporting of you.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Mayor. Here, now. Here's your coat.
Oh, thanks, Bart.
What's the matter, Latrivia?
My right arm. I can't raise it up.
Oh, it's just a little stiff, Mr. Mayor. Try again. Here, I'll hold the sleeve of your coat for you. Now.
Oh, no, it's no use, McGee. I can't lift that arm any. McGee?
Huh?
I can't go. I'm too lame. I'm sore all over. My arm, my leg. I've got to get to a doctor. Will you do something for me?
What is it, Mr. Mayor?
Why, just name it, Latrivia. I'll do anything on account of I feel kind of responsible for this.
I hate to ask you to do this. Will you represent me at the game today and throw out the first ball?
Oh, now, gee whiz. Just because I'm president of the Chamber of Commerce. Well, all right. I'll do it. You got a pass to the ballpark or something?
Yes. It's right here in my... You get it.
I already got it, Latrivia, and it's for a whole box, I see, so I'll take mine.
Yes. Take anybody. Now, help me out to my car, will you? I don't believe I can walk alone.
I'm sorry, Latrivia. I ain't got time now. I just got time to get out to the ballpark. Now, come on, Molly. Let's hurry.
But McGee, poor Mayor Latrivia.
No, go on, Mrs. McGee. I'll be all right.
Yeah, come on, Molly.
But McGee.
You wanted to get out to the ball game, didn't you? I told you I'd get you in, didn't I? Well, come on. Go on, Latrivia. Take it easy.
No.
Last time you were in the kitchen, did you happen to notice the floor? Was it clean and sparkling and cheerful, or was it a little on the dull and gloomy side? You know, it's so easy to take care of your linoleum floors with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. It's as simple as this. Just apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself while it's drying without any rubbing or buffing. And did you know that linoleum protected regularly with Glow Coat will last 5 to 10 times longer than if it's unprotected? With all of us looking for opportunities to save and ways to take better care of our things, it's good judgment to protect all linoleum surfaces with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Be sure to get the original and genuine Glow Coat.
You enjoying the game, Molly? Oh, I certainly am, McGee. But you know, I keep worrying about Mayor Latrivia.
Ah, he's all right.
I know now why you spend all that time teaching him how to throw a ball underhanded.
Overhand.
It was underhanded.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Well, I thought you would. Here he comes, McGee. Throw it out of the park.
Good night.
Good night, Al.
This is Howard Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago WMAQ.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men, music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Rise and Shine. With everything that's been said and written on the subject, you certainly don't need me to tell you to take better care of your automobiles. And yet I'll bet that half of you still haven't done anything about that paint job. You can take it from me, if you want your car to look presentable a year or two hence, you'd better give it an occasional cleaning and polishing now. And of course, do it the easy modern way, with Johnson's Car New, that both cleans and polishes in one application. 2 jobs at once in quick time. In less time than you thought possible, Car New will have your car looking like it just came off the production line. That's why folks say your car looks like new when you use Car New. And here's an extra tip. If you want to give that rejuvenated finish maximum protection against sun and weather, try adding a coat of wax, either Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular household wax. By the way, Johnson's Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Save what you have. Conserve. Make what you have do a little longer. That's the watchword nowadays. And the master of 79 Wistful Vista is not one to violate a national policy. So here, gazing speculatively at his last year's straw hat, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, what on earth are you going to do with that straw hat?
What do you suppose I'm going to do with it? I'm going to wear it.
Well, now, isn't that carrying conservation to extremes? Why, it looks terrible.
Well, I'll either wear this summer or I'll wear that checkered golf cap.
Oh, no, not that, dearie, not that.
Okay. So I'll wear this. What do they charge to clean a straw hat?
Oh, 50 or 75 cents ordinarily. But in this case, I think they'd make a special rate of $4.
Why, I can get a new one for $2.95.
Well, that's what I was hinting at, in my delicate way.
Well, I'm not going to do it. The government wants us to conserve, and by the million merry men of the mighty MacArthur, I'm going to conserve.
When you get through with that miracle, you might take a minute off and invent a shower curtain that won't slap you in the face when your back is turned. And vice versa.
You threw that in. Now, don't worry. I can make this hat look like new. We got any art gum?
Now listen, cleaning that thing with art gum would be like bombing Tokyo with confetti.
Well, doggone it, what do you use to clean a straw hat?
Well, if everybody knew that, what would the people do who clean them for a living?
Okay, I'll find a way. I'll bet the drugstore has got a preparation that'll clean straw hats. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore on the corner of Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What say, Mert? Your uncle. Smashed his face and broke one of his hands.
Oh, what's the matter, McGee? Did he drop his watch?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mert. Nah, she guessed it right off. What say, Mert? Okay, I'll call later.
Say, look, dearie, I don't think the government would care if you threw that hat away and got another one. If you wear this one, it'll be bad for morale.
Whose?
Mine.
Well, I'm sorry. I've made up my mind to clean this hat. And by the Mary Mighty Man... No, I said that. You know what I've made... You know when I've made up my mind.
Indeed I do, precious boy. You're about as flexible as a poker. And just as busy stirring things up.
I got character. All us McGees have got that old persistence in us. We follow through. When we start something, we finish.
You don't say.
Sir.
How about that ship in the bottle you started to carve in the spring of 1928?
I got my finger stuck in the neck of the bottle and had to bust it. I couldn't go through life waving a three-masted schooner at people, could I?
Oh, I don't know. It might give you a little individuality. People would say, you know Fibber McGee. He's the man with the sloop on his pinky.
Well, gee whiz, a fella can't always just... Hey, we got any peroxide?
I think so. What for?
I bet I can clean my straw hat with that. It's a bleach, ain't it?
Well, yes, I think it is. But I never heard of anybody cleaning a hat with it.
Well, I'm going to try it anyway. What can I lose?
Well, you can lose a hat. And I can lose a bottle of peroxide. But go ahead now. Where would the steamboat be today if Eli Whitney hadn't invented the cotton gin, is what I always say. I'll go get you the peroxide, Jimmy.
Where would the steamboat be today if Eli Whitney... Whitney didn't invent the steamboat. What did the cotton gin have to do with the steamboat? Well, of course, they carried cotton in steamboats, but if Fulton hadn't... But Fulton didn't invent the cotton gin. That was Whitney. So if the steamboat had... Doggone it, I wish Molly would get her facts straight. I can't sit around here all day. Come in.
Hi, mister. What you doing?
Oh, hello, sis. I'm going to bring this Katie back to life. I says I'm going to launder this lid, this straw hat. I'm going to clean it.
How?
Huh? You says, how am I going to clean it?
I know it.
Well, that, sis, is a moot point.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you know what a moot point is?
Sure I do, I bet you. My uncle has a mood, and it's a pointer.
That's a mutt, not a moot. You better run along now, sis. In a few minutes, I'm going to be deep in the heart of skimmer scraping.
Can we talk business a minute, mister?
Oh, business, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as the furnace says, when the guy walks up with a nasty look, something tells me I'm going to be shook down again. So let's get to it, sis. What's the racket?
I don't hear anything.
I mean, what's your angle? What business are you referring to?
You mean what am I selling? Seeds.
Seeds?
Sure. Vegetable seeds. Sparrow seeds and radishes and cabbages and turnips and potatoes and marshmallows and petunias.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't eat petunias.
You ever tried any?
Well, no, but petunias...
And petunias and onions and carrots. And cod liver oil.
You can't plant cod liver oil either.
You can as far as I'm concerned, mister. I despise it. You want some seeds,
No, I don't believe I can.
Haven't you got a victory garden, mister? Haven't you?
No, I've been thinking of starting one, but somehow I just...
Look, mister. Look. How can we win this war if everybody says, well, I've been thinking of doing something, but I never get it?
Sis, you really got a point there, and
My teacher says that every single vegetable we grow means so much more food for our soldiers and sailors. She says we gotta have a green land here for those boys in Iceland.
Well, that's a very good idea, and I
She
think...
says we have an ocean between us and Australia, and an ocean between us and Europe, and if we have a notion that we can just sit around doing nothing, we better get smart.
Your teacher is a very intelligent...
She says that an army travels on its stomach, and if we don't keep them full of fuel, we just don't know our groceries.
You're absolutely right, sis. Give me $2 worth of seeds, and I'll get to work tomorrow morning.
Furthermore, mister, my teacher says it's much better to get blisters on our hands than calluses on our hearts. And whether we're buying bonds or planting vegetables, there's only one thing we gotta do, and that's dig, dig, dig.
Are you getting it clean?
No, not very clean anyway. Nothing I've tried seems to work. Look at it.
What makes it so fuzzy?
This brush is kind of rough on it, I guess.
Where'd you get that brush?
Well, it ain't exactly a brush. It's Lillian's curry comb.
Now, McGee, you take that right back to the garage. I won't let anybody else use my brush and comb, and I'm sure Lillian would feel the same way about it.
Why won't you let anybody else use your hairbrush?
Well, I just don't like the idea, that's all.
Don't hurt your hairbrush any, just to clean a straw hat with it.
Maybe it won't. McGee, did you use my hairbrush to scrub that awful old hat with?
No, not very long. It was too soft and wasn't making any impression, so I just had to throw it away.
Now, believe me, if we weren't going to have guests just at this minute, my fine amateur bonnet brusher,
What would you do?
Well, nothing, probably. I can buy another hairbrush, but amusing husbands are hard to get. Come in.
Hello there, kids. How you fixed for Christmas cards?
Christmas cards?
Aren't you jumping the gun a little, old-timer? It's 8 months till next Christmas. I still got a dirty little deficit from the last one.
Johnny, let's talk this over man to man.
You mean I'm not in on this discussion, huh?
You stay right here, daughter. In selling Christmas cards, it's the women that have the say-so. I'm convinced of that.
How long you been selling them?
You're my first customer, but I'm easy convinced. Now look at the first one of the book here. Happy Yuletide from Canada to the Isthmus. Geography doesn't matter when we wish you Merry Christmas. That one appeal to you?
Now, please, Mr. Oldtimer, how can you expect anybody to get hopped up about Christmas right after Easter?
That reminds me. I got Easter greetings, too. Here's one that says, North or South, East or West, Easter with you is Easter at best. Only $2 a dozen engraved with your name.
No. We don't want it. Come back in 6 or 7 months and we might talk business, old-timer.
6 or 7 months, eh? Yeah. Let's see, that'll be November. Better buy your Thanksgiving cards now and save me a trip. Here's one
but we don't want to.
It says white meat, dark meat, all around the town.
Close the sample book and lay off, will you, old-timer? We're not in the market.
Well, it ain't like you, Johnny. You always was full of the holiday spirit. But if that's how you feel about it...
Why, the idea of Christmas cards at this time of the year.
At least you didn't try to sell us any Father's Day cards.
Got 'em right here, Johnny, Father's Day. Here's to Papa Bless his heart, bold and fast, not so smart. We love him and we love... No! Okay.
Hey, Molly, I wonder if I couldn't clean this hat with just plain soap and water. Shall I soak it?
I would, right out the window.
Oh, you're not any help. Now, let me see. What might do the job? Toothpaste, lighter fluid, ammonia? Grease. What kind?
Elbow.
Take more than that. I'm all out of peroxide, and it's going to take some chemical that'll bleach it yellow again.
Don't tell me that hat was yellow, McGee.
Well, it was yellow.
Do you mean to tell me that any hat that would wear a band with purple polka dots out in public is yellow?
Look, Molly, will you please take this thing serious? Here I'm trying to save myself some dough.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. Come on in. What you sniffing at?
What's that odd smell?
It's peroxide, Mr. Wilcox. McGee's been trying to bleach a straw hat. It's gone brunette on him.
Well, why don't you do what I did last year, Fibber?
What was that?
Well, I took my Panama out of the closet and wore it down to the office. I didn't notice how soiled it was until people began to comment.
Oh, it must have been embarrassing.
No, it was. There I was, dashing in and out of the office all day, dictating letters about how Johnson's glow coat was such a marvelous labor and time saver because it eliminates rubbing and buffing and dries in 20 minutes or less to a beautiful, lustrous finish.
Yes, but how about the hat?
What hat? Oh, my Panama. Yeah. Well, I still hadn't noticed how bad it looked. And me so sensitive to dust and dirt, too, on account of selling Johnson's self-polishing glow coat so long ago. And glow coat being marvelous for soiled and dull linoleum. So when I finally got through with my work, which was mostly writing an advertisement about how glow coat preserves and protects your linoleum, and it's particularly important right now to conserve what you have.
Yes, but the hat.
What do you mean?
What did you do with your Panama hat?
I sent it out and got it clean. There's still a funny smell in here.
That, Mr. Wilcox, is McGee burning.
You want me to take your hat down to the cleaners on my way, Fibber?
No, thank you.
Okay, see you later.
Clean. If that ain't...
What was the matter with that now? When things get soiled, the logical thing to do is to get them cleaned with most people. But with you, the most logical thing to do is something fantastic.
Look, the people who clean hats are human beings. I'm a human being. So I can clean a hat, too.
I'm a human being, too, and so are the people who go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. But do I go yachting in a hog's head? Not in a pig's ear. Come in. Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia. Come right in, Mr. Mayor.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Politico. Have a seat for your city call.
No, thank you. I merely wanted to ask you, McGee, if you would serve on a committee of which I happen to be chairman.
Mr. Mayor, asking McGee to serve on a committee is like waving a blue rag at a bull.
You mean red, Molly. With a blue rag, nothing would happen. Oh, I see what you mean.
What is the committee, Mr. Mayor?
It's to organize our citizens to write more letters to their friends and relatives, sons and brothers and fathers in the Army and Navy, to give them more news from home.
Why, sure, Latrivia. I'm your man. When do I start?
Tomorrow morning. The committee meets in my office at the City Hall at 10:30.
Well, you bet I'll be there because it's a good cause, too.
Indeed it is. I was a captain in the Army during the last war, and I know how it is to get a letter from home.
Oh, so you were a captain in the Army.
Annapolis man?
Annapolis is a Navy school, McGee.
Don't they have captains in the Navy?
Of course, but I happen to be in the Army.
What's the matter? Not smart enough to get into Annapolis?
I didn't try to get into Annapolis.
Why not? You might have graduated as a general.
They don't graduate students from Annapolis as generals, Mrs. McGee, and they don't have generals in the Navy.
I thought you said you were in the Army.
I was in the Army.
Well, then, what made you think you could ever be a general in the Navy?
I didn't think I could be a general in the Navy, Mrs. McGee. That was your idea.
Go on, she didn't even know you then.
I didn't say she did. I merely said that the Army has nothing to do with Annapolis.
Snobbish?
Yes. No! Not at all. Annapolis is strictly a Navy school, and I, being in the Army, could not have got a commission there.
What do you want a commission for? Couldn't you live on your salary?
Yes, I could. I was merely trying to tell you that... McGee.
Huh?
Were you in the Army?
Oh, indeed, he was, Mr. Mayor. He was a private in the Engineer Corps.
Do you still have that old Army spirit, McGee?
You bet I do. Yeah.
Fine. I was a captain, and I do too.
Heavenly days, Mr. Mayor. You marched him right through the bay window.
Yes. Isn't that too bad? Well, good day, Mrs. McGee.
The King's Men sing Hey Mabel.
There's a girl who lives next door to me, who's got the fellas up in a tree. They all go for her in a great big way, but she won't tumble down. So here is what they say. Hey Mabel, hey Mabel, hey Mabel, Mabel, hey! When she's walking down the street, all the boys yell mighty sweet. Hey Mabel, wait for me. When she wears a diamond ring, all the boys begin to sing. Hey Mabel, wait for me. She's as popular as any girl can be. She's a household name in every family. But the one she wants so bad ain't the guy who yells like mad. Hey Mabel, Mabel, wait for me. Oh Mabel, why won't you linger a while? Oh Mabel, wait for me. Oh Mabel, please wait for me. Hey, wait. She goes a-strolling along down the avenue, and all the fellas rush out just to get a view. Hey Mabel, why don't you wait for me? Me too, me too. There ain't a fella in the neighborhood who wouldn't walk a mile to get a nod of her head or to see her smile. Hey Mabel, I wish you'd wait for me. 4 blocks around, the fellas all have a notion they love her. She is the peach on every family tree. They want to shame she. But the man she wants under the mistletoe is just a guy who does nothing but whisper low. Hey, Mabel. And that's all, brother, but as long as there's a doubt about her, I'll keep a shouting. Hey, Mabel, wait for me.
For goodness sakes, what have you got all over your hand?
Huh? Oh, this? It's Easter egg dye, Molly.
What on earth are you doing with that now?
Well, my straw hat was getting worse and worse looking and kind of streaked with pink and blue, so I tried dyeing it. Look.
Oh, lovely.
Uh-huh.
A robin's egg blue straw hat. How ducky.
You think it looks too sissy to wear?
Well, I think it'd be all right if you carried a cane.
A cane? Me carry a cane?
Well, if you wore that hat, you'd have to carry a cane. Or brass knuckles.
Well, shucks. The men's fashion magazines all say.
Oh, heavenly days, hide that pastel atrocity, McGee.
What for?
I don't want anybody to think I'm the kind of a woman who has the kind of a husband who'd wear that kind of a hat.
Oh, who cares? Come in.
Ah, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Miss McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Is that a new hat?
It's not new, Mr. Wimple. It's just dyed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
That's a new hat you got on, too, ain't it, Wimp?
Yes, it is, Mr. McGee. Does it seem a bit wobbly over my ears?
Well, now that you speak of it, Mr. Wimple, it does seem a little tippy on the temples.
Yes, Sweetie Face bought it that way. She didn't take me along when she got it, and the clerk told her she could get a big one for the same price as a small one. And she didn't want him to know she'd married a little shrimp like me.
Ah, she was just kidding, Wimp. She was just pulling your leg.
I know. I wish she'd stop it. It keeps coming out of joint.
Tell me, Mr. Wimple, does Sweetie Face pick all your clothes?
No, just my pockets. I caught her at it last week, and it made me simply furious.
Uh-oh. I hope you didn't do anything drastic, like sticking your tongue out at her.
Oh, no. I just said, Sweetie Face, I said, if you don't stop treating me like this, I'm going to run away.
Oh, good for you, Mr. Wimple. Was she impressed?
Indeed she was, Mrs. McGee. Ever since then, she's been wrapping my lunch up in road maps. But
I'd better be running along now. I've got to meet Sweetie Face at the Army Airport.
Army Airport? What you going to do out there?
Some officer promised to take her up in a blimp, and he said I could come along for ballast.
Oh. What's ballast?
Oh, my gosh. Ballast. That's what they throw out if the balloon gets too heavy.
Is it really?
Sure.
Oh, good. I'll just fool them and not get back in again. Well, goodbye.
That little man can take that treatment day after day is beyond me.
Well, they say you can get used to anything in time. Though after 30 years, I still squawk about those 47 pins in a new shirt. If I had a new shirt. But hey, what are you doing with my hat?
Oh, I'm just tying a little green ribbon on it.
Oh, but Molly, that
Wait a minute, McGee. Huh? Can't look any funnier than it does now.
What do you mean?
Now, where's that banana? Oh, there. And a bunch of grapes.
Huh?
Now for a veil and a feather.
Oh.
Now wait till I try it on. There. Now, how's that?
Oh, my gosh, that looks awesome. You've got a lot of nerve kidding around with my straw hat after all the work I've been through. Take it off, Molly. Take it off.
Oh, no, let me wear it, McGee, just for a laugh. Come here.
Take it.
Oh, Mrs. Uppington. Hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Well, if it isn't 150 pounds of sugar. May the 5th be good to you, Uppy.
Mr. McGee, you do say the oddest things, really. You have such a gusty sense of humor.
You mean breezy, Abigail.
Is that the same as windy, Mr. McGee?
Just about.
Well, then that's what I mean. Oh, but I have the most wonderful news for you.
You ain't moving out of town.
Good heavens, no. Whatever gave you that idea, Mr.
Oh,
McGee?
no. I just thought quick of what was the most wonderful thing. Huh?
What's the happy tidings, Abigail?
Well, I have just thought of the most marvelous idea to conserve paper. I've written the government all about it.
Oh, good for you, Uppy. What's the issue with the tissue? You asking your creditors not to send you any more bills?
There you go again, Mr. McGee. Tell me, did you inherit your sense of humor from your grandfather?
What makes you think that, Abigail?
His jokes are so old. Oh, but I must tell you, my dear, you know how important it is that we conserve paper.
Sure, we know that, Uppy. What about?
And you know that I was going to write a book about the history of wistful vistas?
Yes, we know that.
Well, I decided not to write it. Isn't that wonderful? Think of the paper I'm saving.
Oh, that's great. Well, I've been saving them a lot of rubber, too, by not making any mistakes when I write a letter.
I'd better explain that joke, Abigail. You see, he writes these letters in pencil.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he always does. Why, Abigail, what's the matter?
Oh, my dear, I can't contain myself a moment longer. Where did you get that delightful hat?
That hat? Why, that's just...
McGee. You really like it, Abigail? It was designed especially for me.
Oh, well, really, it's the most original and charming hat I've seen this spring. Oh, my dear, I will simply not sleep a wink till I find one exactly like it. Or better yet, I shall have one made, and I just have time to get to my milliner's. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Get to the have one made. Like that. You hear that, Molly?
I certainly did, McGee. Imagine her wanting one exactly like it.
Well, I've been made a chump out of long enough. Come on, give me that hat.
No.
Huh?
No. If Abigail Uppington thinks this hat is cute, I'm going to wear it.
You're going to wear? Okay. I'll see you later.
Wait a minute, dearie. Where are you going?
I'm going out and buy a felt hat. That was the last straw.
At no time does a woman's role in life become more clear than when a country is at war and homes are threatened, because those homes are only as strong as the women who guide and keep them. Most of us men will admit openly or secretly that no job at any time is bigger or more important than home management, especially when budgets must be watched closely, when things must be conserved and made to last. You women really have several jobs rolled into one. Feeding your families the right food, making and mending clothes for those youngsters, and certainly not the least, keeping your house clean, because dirt wears things out. Those are no loafing assignments. And now, on top of those jobs, you save kitchen fat and salvage scrap materials for war production. You study first aid and enlist as air raid wardens. Yes, you are the guardians of our home. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Glow Coat salute you, the housekeepers and homemakers of America and Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we will hear the President of the United States from the White House in Washington. With all of us anxious to do everything we can, individually and collectively, to shoulder our share of the burdens of this war, we welcome this message from our Commander-in-Chief.
We'll all be listening, Mr. President.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax. Haven't you noticed how almost unconsciously you judge a man? The government tells us there's going to be enough sugar to go around if we don't go around too fast. So solid Citizen McGee, whose cocoa has taken more than one lump in the past, is determined to find a chemical substitute for sugar. And here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, busy with important experiments, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, McGee, don't you dare spill any of those horrible-smelling chemicals on my rug.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Now, let's see. That's too it. Hey, Molly, what's alcohol? C2H5OH, ain't it?
No, it's ALCOHOL.
I mean the chemical formula. I'd look it up, but I can't find my high school chemistry book.
I didn't know you took chemistry in high school.
Sure I did. Don't you remember how I used to have to take ferns apart and gave the different names to different leaves and trees and stuff?
No, that was botany.
It was?
Shoot. And apparently it didn't teach you much. You still bark up the wrong trees.
Well, I ought to know somebody that knows about alcohol.
There's Uncle Dennis. He knows.
He don't know what it is. He only knows what it does.
Well, what's alcohol got to do with it anyway? I thought you were trying to find a substitute for sugar.
I am, and I'll bet I find it, too. Do you realize that 2/3 of our sugar has been imported? And that we got about 1/7 of it from the Philippines alone? And now we're not getting any from there.
I know. You read me the government booklet all through Lum and Abner last night.
Well, it's important. You realize that we've had to divert our shipping, which ordinarily brings us sugar, to take food and equipment to Iceland and Australia?
Heavenly days, McGee, you've told me those things 12 times. I believe you.
Yeah,
I'm going along with it. I can get along with less sugar. Now stop selling me on the idea and go make some more funny smells in that Louis Pasteur laboratory.
I resent your scoffing attitude toward my experiments, Mrs. McGee. You see, what I'm working on now is how to convert alcohol into sugar. I know they make alcohol out of sugar, so I'm reversing the process. Simple, huh?
Well, it's too simple. Use a lot of sugar to make alcohol so you can turn it back into sugar.
Yeah.
That's silly, dearie.
Shucks, I never thought of it that way. Now, forget the alcohol. Now, let me see. If I precipitate muriatic acid into a saturated solution of carbohydrates with an infusion of sodium chloride, I might have something.
You would. You'd have the whole house to yourself. Say, incidentally, dearie, I made a discovery in the mail this morning. Did you make a bet on the Kentucky Derby?
Who, me?
Not Lord Beaverbrook.
Did you?
Well, you see, Molly, me being a sportsman and interested in improving the breed of horse flesh, I like to support any worthy occasion that would...
Did you bet on the Kentucky Derby?
Well, if I'd have won, I'd have put all the dough in war bonds. You know that. How'd you know I bet?
Well, I opened one of your letters by mistake this morning. It was from a bookie. You owe him $4.
Oh, yeah. I'll drop around there next week.
What horse did you have?
I tore up the ticket. It was on a nag named Shutout.
What? But Shutout won, McGee.
Sure he did, but I didn't have him to win. I only had him to place and show. Hey, we got any oil at the wintergreen? I want to mix up some of this.
Come in.
Hello there, kids. Say, can you... Johnny, are you experimenting again? Last week it was cleaning a straw hat, and now...
I'm working on something for the government now, old-timer.
Mighty successful, too, Johnny. Worst poison gas ever smelled.
Now, it isn't poison gas, Mr. Oldtimer. It's supposed to be a substitute for sugar.
And if it works, I might get a congressional medal.
You might even get the Distinguished Flying Cross, Johnny.
Oh, no. Only aviators get that.
I know, daughter. But 2 sniffs of this stuff and you'll get your wings all right.
The trouble with you and a lot of other people, old-timer, is you haven't got any vision.
Oh, I have, too. Cutest little vision in town. She works over at the fish market as a cashier. Baby can see jitterbug. Took her out to dance last night. And you know what happened?
What?
If you find out, tell me, daughter. We was jitterbugging, and she kicked me in the head, and I was out for 3 hours. What a kid.
What's her name?
Olga.
Russian?
Is she? All the time. That's pretty good, old-timer, but that ain't the way... Hey, there's something wrong here. I didn't... well...
You started it, you finish it.
Okay. That ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, You know what the Italian people said when Mussolini asked if they wanted to go on with the war? No, says the other feller. That's right, says the first feller. Hey, Johnny, I'll give you a tip about them chemical formulas.
Oh, good. Somebody ought to tell him something.
Well, look, if the going gets too tough for you, you might try monoacetazoacid acid.
Wait a minute. That's monoacetic acid, Esther. That sounds important. What is it?
Aspirin.
Now, let me see now. 3 cubic milligrams of Worcestershire sauce, 2 drops of boric acid, a dash of turpentine. That ought to be 6 spoons.
Well, Aerosmith, what have you discovered? Aside from the fact that 2 evil-smelling concoctions mixed together smell worse.
Okay, D-Rye. What if I don't discover a substitute for sugar? Maybe I'll find one for rubber or silk or...
Peanut butter.
Who wants a substitute for peanut butter?
I do. I don't like peanut butter.
Well, I do. And you seem to forget, my good woman.
I'm not your good woman.
Well...
I'm your woman, but I'm not... I mean, I'm good, but I'm not... Well, don't call me that.
All right, but you seem to forget that lots of chemical and scientific discoveries have been made. Hey, hand me that towel.
Oh, McGee, I knew that would happen. Look what you did to my nice book of poetry. You got that awful stuff all over the cover.
Oh, I can fix that. Hand it here. Now what?
Oh, McGee, you're making it worse. Wipe it off. Hurry.
Why, that's funny. It should have worked.
Why, what was it?
Strong solution of tannic acid.
Well, what was it supposed to do?
Well, who wrote that book of poetry?
Burn.
Well, that's what tannic acid is for. You see, Molly, in chemistry, you gotta learn to think quick, or else...
Come in. Oh, Mayor Latrivia, come right in.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. What on earth are you doing?
Oh, who, me? Oh, I'm working on a chemical project for the government, Latrivia. It's a secret.
Nothing that smells like that can be kept a secret very long.
Well, we can tell you, Mr. Mayor. He's trying to find a substitute for sugar.
And all I got so far is a substitute for fresh air. But I can do it.
It was about the sugar that I wanted to see you, Mrs. McGee. Did you register for the rationing board?
Oh, I did. First thing yesterday morning at the schoolhouse, Mr. Mayor.
Splendid. As mayor, I'm glad to see that you're cooperating in this sugar business. It's the only fair way to handle what sugar there is.
Sure. Now, see.
Certainly. This way, the government makes sure that everyone, regardless of how much or how little money he makes, or whatever he does and wherever he is, will get his fair share of sugar.
That's right.
And when 132 million people register, it will be the greatest registration job ever had. But I know that every American citizen will be more than willing
That's
to...
right. Pipe down a minute. How can I concentrate with you two gabbing away like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, McGee. I forgot, didn't you, Mrs. McGee?
Yes. I keep forgetting what important work McGee is doing.
For the government?
No, for McGee. You see, if he wasn't doing this, he'd have lost 40 cents by now playing Kelly Pool at the Elks.
Well, I'd better be going now. I just wanted to be sure that you...
Hey, look out! Watch where you're going!
Get that towel again, McGee. You spilled something all over the mayor's trouser leg.
Oh, here, let me dry them off. My goodness, I'm sorry to have jarred your elbow, McGee. Very contemplative.
Oh, I should have been watching the trivia. You better wipe that stuff off of there quick.
Why, McGee? What is it?
It was a bottle.
No! I'm burning!
Just a little nitric acid.
Heavenly day. Look at the mayor's trouser.
Yes, just look at it. Now I have a victory suit.
What you mean?
Look, no cup. My goodness, it's spreading.
Victory suit is right.
You better get home before you have just a birthday suit.
McGee, you were very careless. You know, the mayor might have been seriously hurt.
Well, he should have been careful himself. I don't go messing around his office and then squawk if I get trampled on by a fat alderman, do I? Now, help me pick up them bottles, will you?
All right.
I'll see.
Well, hello there, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Say, haven't you got that straw hat clean yet?
I'm not cleaning a hat. I'm working out a substitute for sugar.
Why?
What do you mean, why? The country's going to be short of sugar, ain't it?
Oh, there'll be enough sugar, Fibber. Only everybody has to cooperate.
Well, just the same, I'm going ahead with my work. Who knows that I might discover something that'll be valuable. You realize that Hitler has got substitutes for almost everything?
Yes. And do you realize that one of these days they'll need a substitute for Hitler?
Well, this country doesn't go much for substitutes. Did you ever hear anybody go in and accept a substitute for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat?
No, I don't believe I did, Mr. Wilcox.
23 seconds.
What?
I just says 23 seconds.
What does that mean?
That means Wilcox has hung up a new record. He only took 23 seconds to swing this conversation around to Johnson's glow coat.
Why, you've got me wrong, pal. I never have to do that. Wherever civilized people gather, the subject sooner or later gets around to how wonderful Glow Coat is, how it shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less, how it saves hours of time and labor and keeps linoleum looking new and beautiful for year after year, and how...
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Wilcox. You mean to say that any conversation naturally goes into Johnson's Glow Coat?
In time, yes.
I don't believe it. Let me start the conversation over again.
All right.
I ever tell you, Wilcox, that I'm thinking of raising chinchillas?
Chinchillas?
Yeah.
You mean that Mexican dish made out of corn?
No. That's enchiladas. I mean them little South American animals.
South America? Why, that's where carnauba wax comes from, that they make Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat out of. It's the finest wax.
Now, listen, try it once more, McGee.
Okay. Let's talk about astronomy.
All right, let's. Okay. You know what all those little stars remind me of? Twinkling and gleaming and shining up there. They remind me of a beautifully polished...
Yes, we know. Good day, Mr. Wilcox.
So long, folks. Drop in and see me sometime.
Oh, we will. Now, let me see.
I want to show you my house. I've got a kitchen that you'll love with linoleum.
Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
Huh? Oh, so long.
I feel sorry for him. He always says, hey, I got it.
He does?
No, he don't. I do. I just thought of the answer. Oh, what a moment in history.
Well, I never liked history much, but will you explain this great moment?
I just thought of my substitute for sugar. Oh, boy, this is it. Hurry up, Molly, and make some tea, will you? I want to try this out.
What is it?
I can't tell you now. I try it out. Go on, please, make some tea. We'll try it on whoever comes in.
Well, all right, dear, if you say so, but if this is another one of your wild ideas...
Oh, boy, hot diggity, what an idea. And right in front of my nose all the time. Why didn't I ever think of this before? Why, it's marvelous. Come in. Oh, hello there, little girl. I haven't got time to talk to you now. I'm right in the middle of an experiment.
I like peppermint better.
Better than what?
Spearmint.
I didn't say experiment. I says experiment. I just made a great discovery. It saves sugar.
Oh, my daddy made a discovery like that, too, I bet you.
What? He did?
Sure. He discovered my mother, and she saved sugar. Hey, mister, do you know any law?
Pertaining to what? I says, do I know any law pertaining to what? What kind of law? Criminal, civil, corporation, or what?
Criminal, I guess. I'm in a jam, and I need a mouthpiece, see?
Now, don't talk like a hoodlum in a double feature. What's on your mind?
Well, you won't tell anybody, huh?
No. Cross my heart. Now, what goes?
Well, isn't there something in the law that says you can't do something to somebody if it's been too long after you're dead?
Yes, the statute of limitations says you can't prosecute for certain crimes and misdemeanors after a certain period of time has elapsed. Is that what you wanted to know?
Oh, gee, I guess it was, I guess. Then they can't do anything for me, huh?
Well, that depends. What was this great crime you committed?
Well, you won't tell anybody.
No, I won't tell.
Well, it was months and months ago, mister. I was visiting my Aunt Daisy, and Papa was driving us home late at night. And my cousin Stinky had given me a slingshot, only he didn't give it to me exactly. I wasn't playing tag, and I didn't cheat either.
Yes?
And when we were almost home, you won't tell.
No, I won't tell.
I was trying to play with the slingshot, and there was a stone in the car, you know what I did?
I'm beginning to get an idea.
Can they do anything?
No, I don't think so, not now, but what exactly did you do?
Well, I threw the rock through Mrs. Uppington's window.
The King's Men sing Ken Darby's Open Your Heart and Say Ah.
Where's it going to get you with love playing hard to get? Where's it going to get you with me? Where's it going to get you with anyone? You'll be sorry. You'll never get no place to shake in your head. Nowhere, no sir, so instead, here's a formula for shaking the lead. Open your heart and say, ah. You gotta be sweet if you want to be wise. Substitute sugar, catches flies. Here's a treatment that'll open your eyes. What's it gonna get you if you answer no? What are you going to use for memories? If you're not open-minded, what do you know? You're gonna get kisses, you're gonna get love, more than your share, baby, of.